Gaming. Gaming. Gaming.
I got 99 problems and they all bitches. Wish I was jiggling.
Where's my thing?
Carefree living, but I'm not Sean or Martin Louis. I'm the Cleveland nigga rolling with the Brooklyn boy. You know how I be when you start living large. I control my own life. Charles was never in charge. No sitcom could teach Scott about the drama or even explain the troubles that haunted my mom on Christmas time.
Didn't know people talk about RuneScape? Fuck it.
Got me most of what I wanted. How'd you do it, mom?
Like 1 million people every day? Something like that.
Play within my room by myself while he by himself. He got 2 older brothers, one hood, one good.
Still thriving.
Kept me flying when she could, but they all didn't see the little bit of sadness in me. Scotty, I've got some issues that nobody can see, and all
What's up, Rocky?
emotions are pouring out of me. I bring them to the life in you. It's only right. This is the soundtrack to my life. The soundtrack to my life. I'm super paranoid, like a sixth sense. Since my father died, I ain't been right since. And I tried to piece the puzzle of the universe. Split an eighth of shrooms just so I can see the universe. I try to think about myself as a sacrifice, just to show the kids they ain't the only ones who up at night.
Almost got a 10 mil cash stack. Let's go. Once upon a time, nobody gave a fuck. It's all said and done, and my cock's been sucked.
So now I'm in the cut, alcohol in the womb. My heart's an open sore that I hope heals soon. I live in the cocoon, opposite of Cancun, where it is never sunny, the dark side of the moon. So it's more than right, I try to set some light on the man. Not many people of this planet understand. I've got some issues that nobody can see.
And the series came out. Shocking. Not shocking. I mean, you go and look at any video game trend or anything like that, it's exactly what it is, right? It's a trend. Eventually it dies out. Give it another month and barely anybody will be playing Fallout, you know what I mean? Literally give it a month. Once people beat the just base game, people will stop playing that shit. It's just a trend.
Trying some coke and a happy ending be
slit my throat. Ignorance to the coke, man. Ignorance the bliss. Ignorance to love, and I need that shit.
If I never did show, then I'd probably be a myth. If I cared about the blog, then I'd probably be a jackass. Don't give a shit what people talking about, fam. Hey, to shake my hand, but I keep the sanitizer on deck. Hope I really get to see 30. Wanna settle down, stop being so flirty. Most of the clean faces be the most dirty. I just need a thoroughbred cook when I'm hungry.
I mean,
brain is insanity.
It is what it is. I don't really find it annoying too much. If they're happy playing the game, who gives a shit? I know. You know what I mean? Like, whatever. Just a video game at the end of the day.
And all of these emotions are pouring out of me. I bring them to the life in you. It's only right. This is the soundtrack to my life. The soundtrack to my life.
I could see how it would be annoying if some of your friends are playing or whatever, and then they start like talking to you about it, like you don't know anything. Like they start talking to you about it, and you're like you don't know anything about it, but you've already beat like every fucking game. I can see how that would be. You know what I mean? Like you've already beat every game, and your friends like, "Oh my god, bro! Well, I just set the nuke off in Fallout 3," and you're just sitting there like, "Yeah, fuck, I did that 12 years ago, homie." You know what I mean? I can see how that would be fucking not annoying. Sick of seeing millions of posts on social. Yeah, true. I don't even really fuck with social media. I just reactivated my Facebook the other day just because I wanted to talk to a chick. Literally, that's it. Keep going. Mom still awake? Can you take the dog out for me? Thank you. Nice. I don't really. What's up there? Awesome. What? Thank you. Probably not gonna eat either of them, so it's all you, girl. Oh, Kitty is what's up, boss? Kid Cuddy. Speaking of the Cudster, where did my thing go, brother? Who are you? It's Kitties. Facebook, Snapchat, yeah, true. I don't know. Like, again, I don't really fucking pay attention to social media. I find if I pay attention to social media, it just makes me depressed. You know what I mean?
Trust. The only thing that takes years to build and seconds to break. Yeah, I've been kicked to the curb, I've been stabbed in the back. I've had people that I trusted leave me stranded and trapped. I've been treated like shit, been abandoned in fact. I was jumped and my own friends planned the attack. I've been used for my money, I've been tried and replaced. I've been booed off the stage, been described a disgrace. I've been told many times I'm defined by mistakes. I've had people say they love me, then they lied to my face. I've been scammed by my friends, find it hard to believe. I've been kicked when I'm down, I've been scarred by defeat. I've been loyal as I can, I've had partners that cheat. I've been ditched, I've been dumped, been discarded and beat. I've had people on my team drag my name through the dirt. All these words can't begin to explain all the hurt. I just watched every bridge as they started to burn. So now you know why my trust is harder to earn. I don't trust people, and I don't trust pigs. No, I don't trust nothing, I don't know what trust is. And I don't trust friends, I don't trust nothing else. How am I supposed to trust you when I don't trust myself? Yo, I don't trust people, and I don't trust pigs. No, I don't trust bitches, I don't know what trust is. And I don't trust friends, I don't trust nothing else. How am I supposed to trust you when I don't trust myself? Yeah, I've been through it all, just the way that it go. I've seen so much betrayal that it's taking a toll. I've had people try to stop me from chasing my goal. All the fake friends and smiles, such a weight on my soul. I've been totally ignored when I needed the support. Now I bottle up my baggage cause I needed to record. I don't move with no emotions, I just leave them at the door. I've been played so many times, now I'm just even in the score. I've been shit talked, bad mouth, beat up and bashed. I've been slept on, kicked out and treated like trash. I've supported my peers cause they needed the cash. Same ones disappeared, check clears and they dashed. I've had people in my life take me for granted. I got a heart inside of my chest that's basically granted. I've been walking around carrying the weight of the planet. So if they ask me about trust, now they understand it. I don't trust people, and I don't trust pigs. No, I don't trust nothing, I don't know what trust is. And I don't trust friends, I don't trust nothing else. How am I supposed to trust you when I don't trust myself? Yo, I don't trust people, and I don't trust pigs. No, I don't trust bitches, I don't know what trust is. And I don't trust friends, I don't trust nothing else. How am I supposed to
Yo, what's up, Kachi? How you been, boss? How you been?
I'm just the person that when I'm with you, I give you my all.
No zombies, yeah, no zombies today.
And
I was actually gonna play some zombies, but then I was kind of just like, yeah.
We're together, we're brothers, we're gonna fight together. And anybody would love to accept that. Everyone wants to be a part of a family. Yes.
Exotic, I'm been good, bro. How about you?
But
What's
they
new,
have
man?
Different ulterior motives than I did.
How's life? How's life?
Yeah. Yeah, this life's a trip. You could go from ain't having shit to making the grip. Enemies stay close, only to take your spot when you slip. Shake some hundos off of your knot.
And that's what's up, bro. Good for you, bro. Good shit, good shit. Keep it up. Growth is exponential.
They all dreaming of the finer things, design the closing down the rings. Won't last long like the kind of pleasure a vagina brings. Gotta stick to your own, homie. Watch the addictions. Been sick with no home, someone lost in the distance. You can get what you want, just practice persistence. You the only person in control of your existence. So make every minute count. When in doubt, when they say you won't amount, shut them out, show them what you all about. Live your life, fall in love, forget about your sorrow. Cause everything you have right now could be all gone tomorrow. Cause changes come, time's on, the clock is never stopping. Don't pay attention to the bullshit these people talking. One day you're on top, then suddenly your shit ain't popping. People love you one day, but by Sunday you're forgotten. Changes come, time's on, the clock is never stopping. Don't pay attention to the bullshit these people talking. One day you're on top, then suddenly your shit ain't popping. People love you one day, but by Sunday you're forgotten. If what you going through hurts, shit could be worse. Embrace the air you breathe and evenly exhale and disperse. Concentrate on nothing, soak up the beat in the verse. Always check your shoulder, homie, you can't see in reverse. Remember money comes and goes, so even when the funds is low, try to keep above the surface, fighting with the undertow. Life is wonderful, why you find that hard to believe? You get your arm broken, trying to wear your heart on your sleeve. Don't make your decisions solely based on emotion. Keep your mouth shut, homie, and your ears wide open. Never look back, try to make a positive impression. Stop stressing, life surprise that lies in your possession. Don't lie, aggression is the sign of the weak. Jealousy the same, listen to the words that I speak. People change, turn quick to burn you at the stake. I just wrote the shit so maybe you could learn from my mistakes, man. Changes come, time's on, the clock is never stopping. Don't pay attention to the bullshit these people talking. One day you're on top, then suddenly your shit ain't popping. People love you one day, but by Sunday you're forgotten. Changes come, time's on, the clock is never stopping. Don't pay attention to the bullshit these people talking. One day you're on top, then suddenly your shit ain't popping. People love you one day, but by Sunday you're forgotten. I said people love you one day, but by Sunday you're forgotten.
So let's go do this Slayer task.
But by Sunday you're forgotten.
Let's go do this Slayer task.
One day, but by Sunday you're forgotten. I said people love
And then hopefully we get a Black Dragon task tonight, man. That'd be pretty cool. Cool.
Step on, bitch. I'm getting colder as the days go by. Lost some friends along the way, but I pay no mind. No, only doing shit you know they won't try. I'm fucking dangerous sober, so I stay so high. You can hear it every bar that I thought up. The product of being real, just the way that I was brought up. I know they talk about me, you won't catch me getting caught up in some drama. Ask how many fucks I give, I tell them
nada.
My lungs are filled with marijuana, still I'm on another level colder than the devil in the sauna. This the real me, don't have to peddle a persona. Wanna let you know that if you fuck around, then you a gonna. My circle's smaller than an anorexic waistline. Time's valuable, motherfucker, so don't waste time. Family and friends since the day I started rapping. Don't know what I'm trying to say, I guess that all I'm really asking is I wanna thank you all, so I'ma write this letter. Since I dropped the dynamite, my life it got a little better. Smoking heavier than ever, so my eyes a little redder. Life could be a bitch, but she could love you if you let her. If you don't believe in what I do, I'm leaving you behind. I tell it like it is, don't gotta read between the lines. As long as I got music, ain't no demons in my mind. Just let me do my thing, don't need you breathing down my spine, yo. I'm fucking crushing it, the beat I'm busting it. Hold the heat like an oven mitt. This sounds like bloody murder, doesn't it? Sometimes I sit alone and think about how far I came. There's something deep inside my brain that's tearing me apart again. Some shit I can't explain, I'm stupid with the punches. My style is salmonella, got them puking up their lunches. Family and friends since the day I started rapping. Don't know what I'm trying to say, I guess that all I'm really asking is man, I can't remember nothing. Last night was a blur. I ain't even feeling uptight or what might have occurred. Probably acting kinda rowdy, all hype and absurd. I don't really hold back, I ain't the type to conserve. Woke up and realized I got nothing to do for the rest of the day, and I ain't gonna stress it away. Found some leftover beer out back on the deck. Got a blunt on my ear and I'm ready to step. Turn my headphones up about as loud as they get. The sun is shining in my face and I'm starting to sweat. Feel on top of the world, it's the weather I bet. I got a feeling that today's a day I'll never forget.
I can feel it deep inside. It's so good to be alive. This is where I wanna be. Wish this.
Yeah. Ripper. Hey, yo, I'm totally unhinged, but I'm trying to get my brain right. The type to beat your ass and bang your nana in the same night. Nobody see me out, I'm always hiding there in plain sight. Hang tight, I'm battling these demons like a gang fight. They gave me a prescription, but these meds are ineffective. Fuck these bitches, I'm just getting money, that's my sole objective. I'm not looking for acceptance, no, my goals are more selective.
I forgot to buy nature rooms.
I'm running low on fucks and I ain't got much more to give. You don't know the shit I'm dealing with or what I do to live. Wake up with no fucking oxytocin flowing in my head. They don't love you when you're here, they only show it when you're dead. Keep a straight face, my shit is noticeably bent. I'm cold-hearted to the core, bitch, you don't know the full extent. Seeking constant validation, that was never my intent. I don't need nobody else around, I'm totally content. Hey, yo, fuck love, such a waste. Wish I knew it all along. Blank stare on my face, looking like nothing wrong. Borderline psychopath, turn around and I'll be gone.
Nature rooms. Look at that.
That's the kind of shit I'm on. Fuck love, such a waste. Wish I knew it all along. Blank stare on my face, looking like nothing wrong. Borderline psychopath, turn around and I'll be gone. Born alone, die alone. That's the kind of shit I'm on. Yo, I came into this world breathing cigarette smoke. My mental health is unpredictable and sicker than most. That's a result of too many nights just hitting the slopes. These bitches tripping, always landing with my dick in their throats. Yo, I don't beat around the bush. Everything I do is overkill. I've been to hell and back and it's a miracle I'm sober still. Consume so many drugs that it's been fucking with my motor skills. The only thing I'm taking is Robaxacet and boner pills. Been living in the dark, now I'm just trying to find the light. Cause everything been going wrong and I've been trying to make it right. It's like a constant battle every day. I'm trying to change my life. Anybody try to stop me and they gotta pay the price. I spent years stuck in the street with nothing to eat. That's a vicious cycle, I ain't trying to fucking repeat. Your mom smiling at you with my pubes stuck in her teeth. Yo, I don't need nobody else, I'm only fucking with me. I'm saying, fuck love, such a waste. Wish I knew it all along. Blank stare on my face, looking like nothing wrong. Borderline psychopath, turn around and I'll be gone. Born alone, die alone. That's the kind of shit I'm on. Fuck love, such a waste. Wish I knew it all along. Blank stare on my face, looking like nothing wrong. Borderline psychopath, turn around and I'll be gone. Born alone, die alone. That's the kind of shit I'm on.
You all alone in these streets, cousin. Every man for
Chilling, just chilling. Dirks, what are you saying, bro? Oh, I haven't been up to much. I was at my dad's retirement here. Let me pause this music. I was at my dad's retirement party tonight, just chilling, you know. How's it going, Shawnee boy? How you doing? How you doing? Yeah, I was at my dad's retirement party tonight, so I was chilling with the fam for most of the day. Like, just, you know, just a day. Another day, man. Just another day. Big day for my father, though. Just chilling, bro. Not really doing much. I hear you still playing lots of COD, lots of zombies. I mean, yeah, but BO1 recently, nice, nice. Yeah, BO1's my favorite. BO1's definitely my fave. Close this. There we go. Berries, take those.
I'm sorry I've been distant. It's not you, it's me. I know it's been a minute. Lately I've been suffering. What's it gonna take for me to finally give a fuck again? Please don't turn the lights on. I don't wanna face the fuck ups that I caused. I can't see above the surface. What's the purpose? Maybe I deserve this. My phone's ringing, I just hit ignore. Still don't know what I'm in this for, but I'm not okay, I've been feeling torn. Maybe I should shut up and listen more, but my mind's racing, this shit is war. I can't do this anymore, I pass out at 8 and sleep in a 4, yeah. Always ask myself like who does that, but I made this bet, I gotta hug that. Going through my text like where the plug at now. Never mind, that'll just make it worse. Tell myself it's worth it, even though that's not the way it works. Way too much for me to cope with. I'm so broken that I forget I chose this.
I should have brought a herb sack. I'm debating whether or not I should just tally back.
I'm sorry I've been distant. It's not you, it's me. I know it's been a minute. Lately I've been suffering. What's it gonna take for me to finally give a fuck again? Please don't turn the lights on. I don't wanna have to face the fuck ups that I caused. I can't see above the surface. What's the purpose? Maybe I deserve this. Tell me who do you see when you look at me? Cause I've been locked in a cell, someone took the keys. Hot box in a room till I couldn't breathe. Cause I thrive in the places I shouldn't be. So much emotion I bury inside. Fake smile on my face trying to carry my pride. 2015 I could barely get by. I was fucked up having a very hard time. I was throwing Perry on at the Marriott vibes, but I'm still so depressed. I just say I'm alright. Even if I got a chariot just waiting outside, you can still see the pain if you stare in my eyes. It's complicated, it took a lot to make it, and I avoid the mirror cause it's been hard to face it. I've been contemplating on these cards I'm playing, trying to figure out ways I can dodge the face shit. What can I say? I've been stuck in my ways, made a bucket, some change, but I'm fucked either way.
please trust when I say there's no love in this game. I've been chasing the buzz, but I run from the fame. I've been thankful enough to come up and get paid, but I still see the scars from the cuts in my face. Had enough of the pain, and it sucks, it's a shame that I feel like this when everyone knows my name. Oh well. I'm sorry I've been distant.
Probably just cut it back to the OGs.
I know it's been a minute.
Phase is going under anyway.
Lately I've been suffering. What's it gonna take for me to finally give a fuck again? Please don't turn the lights on. I don't wanna have to face the fuck ups that I caused. I can't see above the surface. What's the purpose? Maybe I deserve this.
You seem to be in shambles ever since I went public. Should trim up my beard tonight.
What up, it's the Kid Mercules.
Okay, well, I just wanted to check in and make sure you guys are staying warm up there.
Yeah, we're over up here.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
Being warm.
Okay, well, I'm gonna give you a call back in a couple days checking on you, okay?
Okay, bud.
All right, Dad.
I love you.
I love you too, man.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Dad. That's the last time that we spoke on the phone. I know that you're gone, but I hope that you know you taught me some shit that I'll never let go. You're a part of me now, and I hope that it shows every time that I happen to see my reflection. It's you staring back from the other direction, just thinking about all the love and affection you had. In the end, we both had a connection. Your strength was enormous, you fought like a vet, but the cancer just spread from your lung to your head. Went from laughing and fishing to soaking in sweat, from hope for remission to broken in bed. I think about you every day that you're gone. I hope you could hear me, I'm praying to God. I know that it's over, but saying it's hard. Till I see you again, you remain in my heart. You had a heart of gold and everybody knew it. Everything reminds me of you. I'm just trying to get through it now. I got your ashes in the truck and we just rolling. We got Freebird on the stereo and every window open for you. You had a heart of gold and everybody knew it. Everything reminds me of you. I'm just trying to get through it now. I got your ashes in the truck and we just rolling. We got Freebird on the stereo and every window open for you. The last couple months you were going through hell. You said you were good, but you knew I could tell. The treatments were pointless, the tumors excelled. Minute by minute, just losing your health. You worked your whole life just to retire. Spend your days at the lake drinking beers by the fire. But that never happened, that dream would expire. The minute they had you all up in them wires. Thinking about it, it's hard to describe. The night at the hospital, part of me died. You looked at your daughter and started to cry, cause you knew it was harder on her than the guys. You taught me that I gotta do what it takes. Enjoy every minute, don't put it to waste. When your heart finally stops, the look on your face is a memory I wish that I could erase. You had a heart of gold and everybody knew it. Everything reminds me of you. I'm just trying to get through it now. I got your ashes in the truck and we just rolling. We got Freebird on the stereo and every window open for you. You had a heart of gold and everybody knew it. Everything reminds me of you. I'm just trying to get through it now. I got your ashes in the truck and we just rolling. We got Freebird on the stereo and every window open for you. I'm stuck and don't know what to do in this mess. I'm constantly angry and stewing in stress. It's part of my mind that I'm losing, I guess. This shit ain't that easy, I'm doing my best. I think about you when I'm sitting at home, when I'm pouring a drink and I'm twisting the bone. It fucks with my head, makes me sick in the dome. That you'll never see me have some kids of my own. Didn't know it before, but I'm starting to see the apple ain't falling that far from the tree. Becoming the man that you taught me to be. I wonder if you're out there talking to me. There's so many words that I'm trying to get out of me. Wish I was happy, but I don't know how to be. Told me to kill it when everyone doubted me. Father, I love you, I hope that you're proud of me.
Are you ready, Brian? I'm away from the phone right now. Please leave your name, number, and I'll call you back.
After leaving a message, you can hang up or press pound for more options.
I smoke too much, I drink too much, I feel like I'm gonna die. I'm anxious, bruh, it's way too much, I think I lost my mind. Once again, I'm on the edge and I just keep on looking down. If I jumped and hit rock bottom, would it even make a sound? I smoke too much, I drink too much, I feel like I'm gonna die. I'm anxious, bruh, it's way too much, I think I lost my mind. Once again, I'm on the edge and I just keep on looking down. If I jumped and hit rock bottom, would it even make a sound? Cause I don't wanna feel like this, but this some real life shit. I know you feel my shit, whoa. No, I don't wanna feel like this, but this some real life shit. I know you feel my shit, whoa. How'd it get like this? So fucked up I could slit my wrist. But I'm in that whip and I'm way too high, like I hit the switch. I gotta figure it out, but all my friends like, Mark, what you tripping about? See, what I'm feeling is doubt. It used to be a dream, now I'm living it out. But we still in the drought, huh? It's kinda crazy how that works. At 16, I got hacked like a password. I'm a product of my past, now that hurts. I'm the real fucking deal, you an actor. Last year I lost my uncle to cancer. So this year I don't fuck with you rappers. The worst part is I just started smoking. It's fucked up, y'all think that I'm joking. That's the reason that he lost his life. I did not think twice, it does not feel right. What can I say, I'm a sick individual. Drinking all the time, now it feels like a ritual. It started out small, it was minuscule. I've been doing this shit since middle school. They asking me questions in interviews. They wanna know what I did and I didn't do. I smoke too much, I drink too much, I feel like I'm gonna die. I'm anxious, bruh, it's way too much, I think I lost my mind. Once again, I'm on the edge and I just keep on looking down. If I jumped and hit rock bottom, would it even make a sound? I smoke too much, I drink too much, I feel like I'm gonna die. I'm anxious, bruh, it's way too much, I think I lost my mind. Once again, I'm on the edge and I just keep on looking down. If I jumped and hit rock bottom, would it even make a sound?
They all love the song too much. Sleeping, I eat junk too much. Tired of living month to month. Found change up, I'ma die soon. Give mama the money from the iTunes. Stepping on shells in my nice shoes. Don't wanna load it up cause I might shoot. I hang around bumps and bricks. I need to start catching rides on these sunken shit. Mean I'm on, but I'm not what the assumption is. Last year I was sad as shit, but I was rich. And now I'm broke with a classic. Now I'm clean and sober, man, I came so far from leaning over. Ex-friends talking about how Stevie over, but they need to hold up, they don't even know me. Picking up the bag with no logo. I'll be damned if any stamps inside. I say more, but it's better that you don't know. Wave high when you can't throw side. Last year I had 4 different condos. Kicked door before I could have 5. That's why every day I wake and give thanks and I'm humble. If I don't, I might die, cause
I wake up every morning still exhausted. Cigarette butts on the carpet. I've been fed up with this nonsense, yeah. There's still a couple demons in my closet. When I see them, just the feeling makes me nauseous. I can't stop it, no. I smoke too much, I drink too much, I feel like I'm gonna die. I'm anxious, bruh, it's way too much, I think I lost my mind. Once again, I'm on the edge.
R.I.P. brother. R.I.P. Golden. Oof, Sean. Talk with me, anyone?
I don't wanna feel like this, but this some real life shit.
relationships seem to be based on what I can do for you, homie. The sad fact is, I'm the type of person that would take two for you, homie. You ever give so much till a motherfucker can't give no more? Give so much of his soul that he feel he can't live no more. What you want from me? You want blood from me? Want another dub from me, money? You wanna drain me of every single motherfucking drop of love from me, money? I can feel the eyes staring at me even when it's dark, even when it's cold. I can feel the lies staring at me even though I'm marked, even though I'm old. Y'all are just some gimme motherfuckers. Take more than any motherfuckers. Never giving back, don't know how to act. Just a bunch of shitty motherfuckers. Gradually night goes on. Gradually life goes on. It's tearing me apart. Never really thought that I'd have to right this wrong. I don't think I'm anti-love. I just think I'm anti-y'all. I just think I'm anti every motherfucker trying to plan my fall. I was never planning to be great. Something that began as a mistake. But me, big and me, mama always told me I should always share what's on the plate.
And just waking up is enough of a struggle today. And most of these phonies that's close to me push me away. But there ain't no reason I'm keeping this enemy deep in my veins. 'Cause I love the pain. Ooh.
And just waking up is enough of a struggle. I don't wanna deal with the darkness. Have a motherfucker laid up by himself trying to heal from the conflict. Ever have someone close to you tell you that you really can when you can? I wouldn't know nothing about that bullshit. And that's the stamp of a man. And the same one who blame me, the same one who defame me. Can't make his own cash, can't wipe his own ass like a baby. Everything is past or it's late. Everything is passion and hate. Everything is everything, and I don't think I need to keep a track of the date. Everybody take what I offer. Everybody play like a pauper. The same ones with their hands out be the same ones that hate when I prosper. Trying to be a gentleman of sorts. Trying to be a better man, of course. Trying to settle in and understand that I'ma always be a veteran of loss. What's the physiology of love? What's the physiology of pain? What's the physiology of every single person that was probably getting the rain? I don't like when liberty gets wrong. I don't like when misery gets gone. I can tell all y'all one thing, all y'all gon' miss me when I'm gone.
And just waking up is enough of a struggle today.
Bro, Flax Drop is ignorant.
Close to me, push me away. But there ain't no reason I'm keeping this enemy deep in my veins. 'Cause I love the pain. Woo!
Dog, I shouldn't have left. They wouldn't have tried that shit if I was with you. Maybe we would have picked another time, or maybe chose another way. Or maybe my prayers would have convinced them to choose another soul. Shit, it's just me, Mom, and Tony now. Man, you look so peaceful right now. How can I argue with that? They say that the good die young, so I think that you should have fun when you're young. 'Cause time won't wait for no one. When God calls, you gotta go home. They say the good die young.
Yo, Levy, what's up? Levi. Holy shit, what's up? Levi.
I'm sure that everybody's heard their mama say it be days like this. When you see one of your friends die in the midst in the struggle with to the circumstances, a risk that they take just to prove a point to a friend. Even then, accidents are prone to happen to any man. A woman is dumb enough to pretend that, God won't hold them accountable for sins that they commit, and they try to repent, the saints to repent, but I guess that's the way things go. I was blessed to see 24, to wake up to that How My Name Is video, motivated me to write what I wrote, and I knew my little brother so dope, and mom and daddy wanted to move our road. I did it, I still got a lot to prove and show. I just
How you
wish
been,
we
Levi?
had to lose blood through the struggles, as you know. They say that the good die young, so I think that you should have fun when you're young. 'Cause time won't wait for no one. When God calls, you gotta go home. They say the good die young, so I know that we gon' have fun. In
this life, cause you only get one. God called for me, don't cry, just went home.
I know you used to bizarre on some silly shit, but niggas in my clique is dying quick. In Detroit, niggas don't party, they pull a 4-4 out, snatch off your parties. That's why I keep the pistol under the truck. I'm 27 years old, too old to be getting jumped. And fuck rap, I miss Carnell Pitts, B-U-G-Z, tatted on my wrist. Me and you in the Jeep, listen to swing low beats. It's a shame me and Fuzz don't even speak. I got married, my wife's name is D. Peace to 31 and 5150.
I think back on that tragic day, my phone rung and Bizarre's voice telling me Bugs was gone home. It was like a knife piercing my chest and I couldn't breathe. I didn't want to accept it, didn't want to believe it. I swear with his weight, dog, I cried so hard, literally. The 9 had to carry me to the car, and while I stand in this booth now, it's tearing me apart. But I had to let it out, cause it was tearing at my heart. Cause he died over something so petty and so small. A human life is so very precious. I hope y'all understand how I'm feeling, cause I love you, Bugs. I wanna rhyme with you, laugh with you, hug you, Bugs, but I can't. And you were so close to see your dreams. A coward came along and took you away from the team. So don't mistake this track, it's just another song. This goes out to everyone who lost a loved one, cause you know
they say that the good die young, so I think that you should have fun when you're young, cause time won't wait for no one.
What's going on in the heist?
They say the good die young, so I know that we gon' have fun in this life, cause you only get one. God called for me, don't cry, just went
They
home.
say it's never too late to have an early childhood. If I could turn back the hands of time, God should forgive what I did as a kid to run blocks. Now my dreams are just scream cops and gunshots. The fun stops when your homies up in the box. My duty bold, bless his soul, snuffed by the cops. I used to question a lot. If there's a guy around me, say something. If you love us so much, why ain't he gave nothing? But he took my homie, Slick was only in 11th grade. Now I hope to see his face at the heaven gates. It ain't never late in the game. Satan remains with a grudge to see slugs break through my frame. My heart aches with the pain that life limits breath. We gotta have fun now, there's only minutes left. In the depth, the stretch, youngers is sucked in. To get tats of my fallen homies, I ain't got enough skins.
They say that the good die young, so I think that you should have fun when you're young, cause time won't wait for no one. When God calls, you gotta go home. They say the good die young, so I know that we gon' have fun in this life, cause you only get one. God called for me, don't cry, just went home.
When I was younger, I knew 4 brothers that wasn't wise, that crashed and the driver died. My partner on the passenger side was paralyzed, and I'm surprised by the look of that ride that the other 2 survived. 9 months later, another one died. Somebody shot him in the side when he was starting up his ride. 3 years go by, I made a hell of a run, and that's when Spunky got done. Joey playing with guns and Tukey over funds. Cardi was my man, and Reggie, I wish that I was with you in that van. And Bugs, if it wasn't for you, you know I wouldn't be standing in this booth, and that's the truth. I miss y'all.
They say that the good die young, so I think that you should have fun when you're
Yeah, pack Crystal Pass, you know that.
Let's go. Oh, Sean, rip. R.I.P. Rip.
Today I walk down our old street, past the diner where we meet. Now I dine alone in our old streets. The cold wind blows right through my bones, and I feel like I'm getting old. But I wish I was getting old with you. I held your hand when we took shelter from the rain. She laughed as we picked out our children's names. Black arrows fell from heaven and carried our away. Black arrows cut the strings of my heart. I kneel and pray.
Never understood how she could mean so little to so many. Why does she mean everything to me? Is it worth the pain with no one to blame for all of my insecurities? How did I ever let you go? Questioning her good intention. Jealousy's a bad invention. When you push on glass, it's bound to break. Even when she was defensive, it just gave me more incentive. The more you squeeze, the more it slips away. I never walked so far on a lonely street with no one there for me. Is it worth the pain with no one to blame for all of my insecurities? How did I ever let you go? Accept this confession. I'm walking around incognito. You're not my possession. I'm walking around incognito. My conscience, it's vicious. I'm walking around incognito. Dead begging forgiveness. I'm walking around incognito. I never walked so far on a lonely street with no one there for me. It took so long to say her in misery, and now it's clear to me that it's worth the pain. Always take the blame for all your own insecurities. How did I ever let you go?
Hmm.
This the Fino hunt. We burn vibes, we don't breathe on blunts. I've been eating all month, I don't need no lunch. This the Bay in LA, California King. Keep exotic in our lungs, keep that blue dream. 2 zips to the fly, where the sweet tea at? Stiletto in the limoncello, we need that. We breathe that. Next level head stash, let 'em make memes. I sit back and watch the bread stack. Look, this year I'm on one. Play with me, I'm the wrong one. Let me show you how to keep the price up. Shit moves so quick, I put some more lights up. If you get the right cut, you can step your life up. Do the whole plant hang, don't fuck the dry up. I'm a shot caller, homie, I don't keep the ice tucked. Came a long way from shipping on the road, 5 trucks. Big home, money and cars. It feel good to be alive, California is ours. I want it all. Yeah, the money and fame. Burning, be real, we running the game. I want it all. Plush light, plenty of ice. A little spot on the island for the kids and the wife. I want it all. Everything from seed to sale. It feel good to watch the team prevail. I want it all.
You see it, you want it, you buy it. You see others with it and you say I wanna try it. In the Hyatt, got hit with the smoke charge. Smoking on the loudest on the floor, feeling so large. Now we in the Sofitel box session, lit as hell. Front desk complaining about the weed smell. Oh well, burn a roll, another one. Focus on the good vibes. Trip lives matter, let's get it now. We arrive, feeling alive. Yeah, the weed life high on me, lie on me. Nothing gets by on me like Zion B. Hard in the paint. I'm something you ain't. Cannabis ain't. Look at the weight. Fanatics try to have some restraint. It ain't easy with the strains popping off. Shout out to Jay Beezy, had to run, never knew how to crawl. We on call, you don't know trick, we want it all.
I want it all. Big home, money, and cars. It feel good to be alive. California is ours. I want it all. Yeah, the money and fame. Burning, be real. We running the game. I want it all. Plush light, plenty of ice. A little spot on the island for the kids and the wife. I want it all. Everything from seed to sale. It feel good to watch the team prevail. I want it all.
Lottie-dottie, smoking on gelati. Atmosphere foggy, my blunt is Snoop Dogg. Hold your breath, kick in your chest like karate. Smoke empire, well distributed like Gazi. Life's good, why not celebrate it? Good vibes, smoking these vibes and getting faded. It's hard to be jealous, I'm just happy I made it. For the next level money, it take hard work and patience. Hey, I want it all, not just part. I treat the grind like a work of art. Every end's another start. We all getting that bread, it's like a team sport. I just want the meals, you can keep the plate, knife, and fork. I got a jar of jet fuel, I'm about to roll it. Kill the competition, please send them my condolence. If you blazing on some trash, I get outspoken, beat the case. Now let's get back to the smoking, big homie, I want it all.
Big home, money, and cars. It feel good to be alive. California is ours. I want it all. Yeah, the money and fame. Burning, be real. We running the game. I want it all. Plush light, plenty of ice. A little spot on the island for the kids and the wife. I want it all. Everything from seed to sale. It feel good to watch the team prevail. I want it all.
I want it all, man. All of it. Not partial, not half, not some, not almost. I want all of it, man. Give it to me, man. Power wow, baby. Teamwork. Hey, hey. Just
My mom's funny. I have, I guess, 5 siblings total, but it's 3 with my mom and step pop had. I'm the only child of my mom and dad.
Right.
And then my dad has 2.
Oh wow.
In Ohio, which is hilarious. Those 2, they look like brothers of mine. Like we all it's like all big guys.
Your dad's
tall.
nut is strong.
Strong nut.
Yeah.
Your mom
I
didn't grow up with them, and I don't know them very well.
Right.
You know, I love them as they're my brothers, but like I don't.
What's the age difference?
So it's funny. It's almost the same on both.
Oh wow.
Until the third, my dad's 2 sons. I'm 11 years and 15 years older.
Oh
than.
wow, that's a weird.
And then
gap.
my mom, my brother's 11 years younger than me. My one sister's 15, the other one's 19.
Wow.
Years younger
Holy
than
fuck.
me. Yeah.
19 is crazy.
Yeah.
19 years. So wait, your parents had I'm guessing your mistake is they're teenagers or how
they were
young?
19.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was a mistake.
Right.
Some tells me my dad was cream pie city, dude. He was all about it.
Yeah, I guess mistake is wrong because we use that for like you don't want a kid, but you do the thing to get a kid. You know what I mean? It's like when you're fucking cream pie, and it's like, what do you think's gonna happen?
I would ask my dad, but he's got so many farcical stories.
Yeah.
I really, when I was young, he was so not around, like my teenage years particularly, that like it took me to being an adult to be like, oh, these stories probably aren't true.
Right.
He would just throw them out there. It's like, you know, I beat Minnesota Fats in pool once. Who's Minnesota Fats? Then you look it up and you're like, no way.
Well, that's awesome, Dad. Just a lie somebody else told him. He's like, this is good. My son hasn't heard this. I'm not in his life.
Oh, what was some?
We don't have any mutual friends.
He got kicked out of the Navy because he got caught smoking weed with David Bowie on a stoop somewhere.
he told you that with a straight face.
Those are such obvious lies now
Yeah.
that it makes me the ones that are possible, because he was like in the Navy and maybe he was like at sea, and he said, but so even a basic one where he was like, yeah,
Well, if his dad's just being dead ass serious, you know, that'd be the best part.
and I'm like, probably it is.
So, T-Man, how you doing, buddy?
Something that is a possibility.
How you doing, brother? What's new,
You
man?
might have actually been in Rome and just decided not to go, but you're like, this will be good to say.
David Bowie just walked by and said, "Hey, can I hit that?"
Hey,
like,
dude.
Did he pop?
Yeah.
Did he know?
You trying to spork up?
But my dad was like, he split when I was like 3.
Okay.
And my stepfather came up.
Yeah, drink. What kind of drink?
Philly dirtbag move.
Yeah.
What you sucking on tonight, boy?
No, he was. Him and my mom had a fight.
Okay.
I don't think it was like a punching fight at all.
Sure. Awesome that you have to say that. You know what I mean?
Well, I remember coming downstairs and he definitely had like hands on the arms.
Yeah.
Like yelling against the wall. But my dad's actually not a very violent guy, so it wasn't like that. It was just whatever you got caught cheating is what it was.
Right.
And it's nice to find out that when you're older too. You're the one who comes over and goes, Donna rules, Mom.
Yeah.
She's like, who? I'm like, Donna, the girl who gave me this awesome ball.
Yeah, you know the lady who gets me ice cream every Tuesday while her and Dad hang out in the car.
You know, to get me ice cream. Oh, that was great. When my mom was dating, that was great when guys figured that shit out. He goes,
you see a little fat
bring his kid a little McDonald's, dude, and fucking push him right into the room. Hey, now get in your room. They would always, I would always be like, I have no TV in my room. And they'd be like, you should get him a TV in his room.
Yeah,
if you're gonna be 22 and single. If you're gonna be a 22-year-old single mom, you better get a fucking TV in his room.
Yeah, dude. Get him some.
But my mom.
Make sure you turn that TV up, honey.
When I was like 10.
Okay.
And that was almost like a shock. I actually went and like pretty quickly after that, like
all the way
to my dad. I was like, I'm gonna go live with Dad.
Oh, really?
And my mom.
Because you just didn't like having a male authority figure, or what?
It just wasn't my dad.
Right.
Like he was great. Like it was awesome at the gates because he was an awesome dude.
Yeah.
And then once he had to start being like, no, you can't do that. You're not allowed to go there. So I was
interesting.
Oh, that's interesting because you
How's
didn't
the
think about
taste?
the fact that you're also like, the child gets a honeymoon phase with the guy that his mom is dating.
Of course.
So when
and then it's funny, they're still together. Like my step-pop's great.
That's awesome.
I love my step-pop. He's awesome. You know, again, they were always young. Like my step-pop was 27 when he came.
It's really
It's so wild to think about that. Like that's been happening to me where I'm like, because my parents, it took them a while to have kids because they, like I said, it was in vitro, and so I'm 34, and I think I'm the age my dad was when they had me because they tried to have kids when they were in their 20s, but you know whatever. And I catch myself in the mirror, and I was always like, I don't look like my dad, whatever. But now I'm the age that, like, in my childhood, my dad was. I look in the mirror, I'm like, no, like that's that face. I make that face. You're just like, holy fuck.
Oh, I have a lot of my dad's like mannerisms, face.
Yeah, and when you think about that, where you're like, this is the age they were. I'm like I'm podcasting. He's like, you know, beating off in a cup, praying the eggs take this time so he can finally be a father. He's been trying for years.
We're also in this world though. It just is a change of a thing. You know what I mean? Of
For
like,
sure.
My dad isn't like a go to the office like uptight like guy like that. He's been a pothead.
Yeah. He
not
seems,
anymore, but like
if
when
I
was
had to
younger.
guess, pretty laid back.
Yeah.
If his lifestyle is anything like his parenting style, he's pretty laissez-faire.
Well, he left my mom. Or they broke up. He went to Florida for a little bit and then moved back to like South Jersey or Delaware or something. He moved around a bit with her.
Yeah.
But my stepmother, who was significantly older than him.
Oh, wow.
They didn't really dawn on me at the time.
Right, of course.
And she had kids.
Everyone's an adult in your head.
She had kids who I remember he would discipline, and it would be very weird. He'd be like, get the spoon. And they go upstairs, and I'm like, I hear him zipping him in the ass with a spoon. I'm like, you're not their dad, dude. That's crazy.
Yeah, you empathize with them because you're from a broken home, too.
Never put his hands on me once. I wasn't around enough.
You're like, oh, maybe it was good. Yeah, that's true. A lot of times the guys who abandon their families, it's like, you don't want that guy as your dad. You know what I mean?
It wouldn't have been that awesome having around probably at those times anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
I always thought it was funny. My dad was he really would give that speech of like, you know, like, oh, weeds from the earth. So
Right.
But the good, I don't know if it's good or bad because it might have been fun to smoke pot in high school.
Yeah.
But I think it's because I equated that with just like, ugh.
Right.
That I never smoked pot until I was in my 20s.
Wow.
And
Yeah.
I was like, oh, this is awesome. He was right.
Dad got one right. Yep.
But you say that thing earlier about like your mom's favorite, like those years between my step pop and mom. My grandfather passed away also. So he was like, he took over a lot of the dad stuff, throw a ball, and came to my baseball games and everything. But in my downtime was a lot of times was my grandmother and my mom.
Right.
And we're both great.
Nice.
But you don't realize
since
when you're
12.
getting like woman stuff.
Yes.
Crazy.
And it's just so funny the things that I know versus don't. Like I have such limited man skills. You know what I mean? If they were like, well, I mean, I remember the limited times I'd be with my dad. He's like, I got to run by Auto Zone or whatever. And
Yeah.
I'm going to get these new spark plugs put in the car.
Right,
and you're like,
right.
And then you have to take it somewhere. And he's like, no, I'm just going to change the spark plugs.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Which played out funny later. I remember it was Dave Smith was
So
with
many
me.
memories,
He
facts.
perform opening for a tell in Pittsburgh years ago. And he goes, you want to come see
Or
me in the
lack
car?
thereof.
I'm like, sure. And we went down. He's like, oh, it's like twin cam shaft, super blah, 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 Hemi. But I'm like, I go, you left, dude. I have no idea what you're talking about.
If you want to talk about Days of Our Lives
But
in
that's what I was going to say was
1997.
absolutely funny when I saw my mom soap operas with her.
Dude, me too.
So much so that I always still think of Kelly Ripa as Haley from with the crimped hair from the thing. Falcon Crest. Dallas.
Yeah.
I knew all the heartthrobs were on those shows.
Of course.
And it was just, but that was like TV. We only had 6 channels too. So I'd just lay on my belly on the floor. My mom would be on the couch. I think my mom was like a size 1. She still wore like 0 jeans, so she had her pants unbuttoned. Phone cord strung across the whole room to her phone so she could be next to her on the thing. It's just ripping menthols. and talking on the phone to friends like a child would.
Well, you were basically in a sorority house, you know, because she's 20 or 21 or whatever.
That's a funny thing to watch too. Was her? She also went back to college when she was like 27.
Oh, hilarious!
So then she started having, and she always worked in retail.
Yeah,
and she'd be like the manager of like a retail place. But her friends were all like super hot. Like to me, when I was a little kid, like just smoking hot, beautiful young girls, and they were.
Yeah.
And now what's funny now is like that's the thing about Facebook.
Yeah.
Like someone's like,
look 'em up.
oh my, not even there. They'll hit you up. It goes, your mom told me you were gonna be. I want to come see a show, and you're like, hello. And you look on the thing, and it's like, I had to have my boob removed from cancer. I'm thrice divorced.
Yeah. No, but in your head, she's this perfect angel.
They were. They were so hot.
Oh, how much beating off you must have done to your mom's like friends who also worked the Sears register. It's off the charts.
No, my mom was also brilliant. When she saw that it was going to be a husky child, she became the manager of Casual Mail, which became
Casual
Big
Mail
and
XL.
Tall.
Wow.
It was casual. Well, it was called Casual Mail Big and Tall, and then it became DXL.
DXL. Wow, dude.
But she worked there so
that's incredible. Positioned herself for her family. Got there. Was in the right industry. She's like, I see exactly how many Dino Nuggets this fucking guy takes down every week. We gotta get to the DXL.
It is funny. That's the thing. You think like fat equates like wealth.
Right.
Like you'd believe that's the case, but it's not. It's just because we had spaghetti and butter and Parmesan cheese 4 nights a week when I was home. And then also my dad left, so when I'd be with the grandparents.
Oh yeah,
it's
grandparents love to spoil.
Guess Dad's not coming to pick me up this weekend again. Can I have an entire small pizza myself? I'm like, of course you can.
Of course you can, little Jason. That's so fucking funny.
Absolutely. You can have that. And then my dad would try to crash course it when I'd see him. He'd be back, goes, you don't tell you had a boxer or not box, but like fight or something like that. I'm like, no, but I've been in like plenty. I go, but no one's done. I remember just taking me out back and like putting the hands up and then just drilling me hard in the chest.
Excellent parenting.
And then I just got emotional, and it's like, you left me with mom.
Yeah.
Like, are you just hitting me?
That's awesome. The idea that he would try and get like 3 years of fatherhood in 2 weeks. It's like, all right, we're boxing. I'm showing you how to wash your penis. We're doing the birds and the bees.
But me and Dan would always talk about this too. The poor single moms, dude, because those guys crash course it in like a weekend or you stay there for like, a couple weeks in the summer or something.
Yeah.
You would crash course and you come home and it's like, this guy got me Nintendo.
Right.
Meanwhile, all things just kind of like shut you up and
of course.
So you don't really interfere with his life.
He's trying to put his thumbs in your mother's ass, and he was like, "All right, Double Dragon probably buys me anal if I can get him Double Dragon and fucking Mario
Dad
2."
always does the he always came through like the big with the big hits, and then you're like, Dad rules.
Yeah.
And then she was like, when I was like, well, I'm gonna move with him. She was like, yeah, go ahead. And then I went there and I'm like, Dad doesn't rule at all.
Sucks.
Dad doesn't know me that well.
W, rolling joints. I'm not rolling a joint right now. I smoked one already. One's outside screaming. Holy fuck, red aspect. Aren't you supposed to be drunk somewhere? Aren't you supposed to be drunk somewhere, boy? Ain't you supposed to be wasted?
Yeah, this is
oh, the story continues.
This is an update of an infamous Greek man.
So what we have here, and I don't know that we really needed an update on this kind of frivolous story to begin with, but Penn State professor who begged cops to kill him when he was busted in bestiality case is hit with new charges of lewd acts in park. Okay, so let's see here. An award-winning Penn State professor arrested in a sickening bestiality case.
What did he win the award for?
It was from PETA, actually.
Yep, he's the #1 schnauzer fucker of all time. He eats the best dog pussy. So our good friend, now look, he's got a beautiful mind. All right, he's
got a beautiful
professor.
mind. Beautiful mind. All right, cheers.
Hit the music.
64.
Cheers. Where did I put that fucking?
He's, facing charges of indecent exposure, sexual intercourse with an animal, and animal cruelty, which is a cruel. Now, did he fuck the dog? We never got to the bottom of did he fuck the dog in the ass or was the dog licking his ass?
Breed counts. We discussed that. Yeah, breed matters.
And he says, and to his defense, he says he was blowing off steam. When state troopers found him, he begged them to kill him and said, please, I was just blowing off some steam.
That's got to be the best. The office hours were crazy.
The office hours are crazy.
That's like going to be one of the best suicide by cops ever.
Yeah. So, now... So Themi was it's a collie, his pet collie.
Okay.
How big is a collie?
They always say they're like average to mid to large size dog.
And what if his cock is small? If his dick is small, a collie.
The hookah on their table.
You got to compare it to a standard collie dick.
Yeah. Let's put even a big collie dick. Because maybe that's even really nice for the collie. It wants to fuck a big collie dick. If he's got a small human cock,
no, it's not a good bong.
What is this guy a professor of?
Chemical
no, the thing I smoked up is a bong.
No, that's a lot of math.
It's like Walter White.
Yeah.
This is a bong.
Breaking Bad, baby.
I am the one who fucks dogs.
Now here's something that here's the continuation of the case. Our good friend Themi, because he was caught, I believe, on video, we still don't know. They didn't tell us if he fucked the dog or not, but he was in a ski mask.
Hookah has like pipe coming out the side of it, and you like squeeze it.
I think the dog was eating
and
his
it will
ass,
like
but
release
anyway,
smoke.
They seized his personal belongings, and they found 55 videos with similar charges, an alleged 55 videos. Go down, elders. Let's see what it says. They include videos. That's a cute guy. You know, he's a handsome guy right there. They include videos of the professor naked from the waist down, naked apart from a ski mask. I'm sorry. So just a ski. He didn't think they'd be able to figure him out.
He was making a drill video.
sucking a dick and I'm fucking a dog. Eating the dog's fucking ass. So he was captured.
Teaching class.
He was captured on video
Border collie.
masturbating on a picnic table in a lake at the park and on Pennsylvania the Pennsylvania Department of Conservation and Natural Resources vehicles. Wow. He said fuck. He said fuck forest rangers. I'm getting my ass fucked by a dog on your car.
That's an incredible sentence.
He was Matsukas was also seen climbing a tree while naked and inserting a tree branch, a Tootsie Pop, and the control handle of a DCNR John Deere crawler in his ass. Officials said he put the fucking...
Like for the plow?
I think
he was whipping a John Deere side by side with his
Oh,
rectum.
that's a great question. In my head, I thought he put the
You know how
revving part.
It has modes like 2-wheel.
Yeah, was
4-wheel?
it the stick shift?
was the little? I'll take one little baby hit.
Oh my god! So first of all, climbing a tree and putting a branch up at your ass. Nice. Are they cold, man? Put them in the fridge. They are cold. Oh, all right, yeah. Put them in the fridge. We got the A&W root beers, folks.
This guy drinks diet A&W root beer.
Be a professional, please, for Christ's sake.
We're at work.
We're at work, for fuck's sake. You fucking piece of shit.
I'm good on that.
All right.
Okay,
okay, he climbed.
Homie just put a lit fucking joint onto his fucking deck of cards, or like whatever that is.
Branch
It's
up
not
his
an
ass.
ashtray,
My
though.
question is, was the branch that he put in his ass the one he climbed on? Like, did he climb to the end and then like kind of put it and like hang it like a Christmas ornament?
And then he realized that in order to climb down, he had to put his hand on that branch again. It's like,
and
fuck.
then like, yeah, fuck. Or did he? Yeah. So that's interesting. That's first of all, climbing the tree's awesome. 'Cause
Yeah.
You think you'd be able to find branches on the ground. But he found the branch he really wanted in his ass, and he did a little cardio.
So imagine he's doing this at like off-peak hours at the like sort of parks and state forests or whatever. But like, fuck, could you imagine if you were like walking through a park late night and just saw a dude naked but only for
Ski
a
mask.
ski mask in a tree, fucking his ass with like, what's that? The DCNR of a John Deere crawler in his anus.
Okay, control. Can you look up? I'll just look up control handle John Deere crawler, because I'd love to know if it is the stick shift or if it's the there it is.
It's already been Googled. People have been researching this article pretty deep. But just the general gist of this article, like this guy
What
busted
the
for more
fuck?
pervert charges. If you already got hit with the dog one, just get your money's worth at that point.
I agree.
Right?
Yeah.
It's
You're
like-
right.
You
Is it
could
like
have done everything else but for the dog
Yeah.
thing, and
Right.
people
Put the
would
cart
just kinda
before
be
the
like,
horse.
You know, he's eccentric.
He's putting shit up his ass. Who cares? But he also fucked
He's
his
in a
dog.
state park fucking his ass with tree branches. Whatever.
like-
Not for me, but who am I to judge?
I like-
Once you
normal.
involve a collie, then it's just.
I like that he put a Tootsie Pop up his
Was it
ass. I think he rewrapped it and gave it
How
to
many
someone.
licks does it take?
Did it have the Native American shooting a star? Because you could trade those in and get a free bag of Tootsie
That's
Pops.
awesome. That's awesome.
Was it a female tree or a male tree? Because if it's a male tree, that's sus.
That's gay, yeah.
But, okay, so like this guy's a professor of chemical engineering.
Yep.
And when I read this, I just I think of a statistic about like how engineering as a profession or like an academic area has like overwhelmingly high percentage of people who go on to become suicide bombers, like you know, like in countries in the Middle East. And I'm just thinking like, is there something about the brain it takes to like comprehend engineering that you get these like. How did your brain end up where like this is like the only thing that gets you off?
Yeah.
You know, you're like
Putting
I'm
a
in a
branch.
park, like having a dog lick my ass. I'm fucking
right.
You know, just like it's so elaborate. Like I don't know.
Yeah, is it because like
very
you know,
elaborate.
because he's not really because I'm gonna say that's not the most efficient way to come is putting a branch up your ass, right?
this
So
is
he's
the
not
whole- the
applying his
whole-
engineering
yeah.
mind to it. So it's almost like it's so apart from what is.
That's his right brain activity. Going into the
That's what I'm
woods in a
saying. He's
ski
being
mask.
creative.
He's
He
setting up
finally
like
is
a-
creative.
Yeah.
He's setting
Right?
up a Rube Goldberg machine with like a John Deere tractor,
Yeah.
a border collie, a bowling ball, and it's some dominoes, and then you know like a fist
Yep.
goes up his asshole.
Mhm. There's a boot on a lever that goes up his
Kicks
ass.
his balls.
Kicks his balls and then
Kicks
goes
him
up
in
his
the
ass.
balls, yeah.
So, okay. Huntington County District Judge Douglas Gummo
Great movie, by the way.
Douglas Gummo is an incredible name. Released him Monday on $50,000 unsecured bail. My man's got it like that. That ain't shit to Themi.
You only gotta pay $5,000 of that though, if you know the system. Dog the bounty hunter will be after him, and he's like, "Dog."
He
Dog.
puts himself in with his ass first, and it's like, wait, this is a guy named Dog.
He's like, but wait, but Your Honor, like, I don't have anywhere near I can cover that money. They're like, don't worry, an anonymous donor has already covered your bond. They go to the courtroom, it's just like a golden retriever, just like.
Anything more to this story? Is that the end, Elders? Matsuka. So, to my knowledge, we're satisfied that the investigation is complete with regard to the filing of additional
It's
charges.
complete.
So that's
You would
it.
hope so.
No more stuff's coming out. He can start to rebuild. Matsuka, who earned his PhD from Michigan and was with Penn State since '91, was relieved of his responsibilities as a professor and put on leave after his arrest last year. This is a really good test of how strong tenure really is.
Just gonna say.
As everybody
They didn't
says,
say he was fired.
Everybody wants tenure. Wants tenure for life.
Can you put a dog's tongue and a couple branches up your ass?
If an adjunct professor tried this, they'd be in the ground.
They're over. But I'm just, I'd love to see once this is all said and done and his name is cleared. I'm hoping he can return to.
Imagine you're his TA, and you just have to like pick up all his coursework.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, are you fucking kidding me?
And I will just say this, Themi, if you ever want to get your side of the story out, come on to Kush Brothers. You have to smoke weed. You do have to smoke weed. And you
He'd never stoop so low as to smoke weed on camera.
But if anybody knows Themi's Matsukas, please get and he wants to tell-all interview. We're sort of like Tucker Carlson. We're sort of like Tucker can talk to Putin. I can talk to any Greek man accused of a sex crime, and I can pull that off.
You're like, Themi, your side of the story. He's like, well, it begins with the Battle of Thermopylae around 500 BC.
Well, I was watching Snoopy on the TV, and I watching Peanuts, but I saw Snoopy on the house, and I saw, my God, this Snoopy, he's a good, sexy guy. And I see I sense channel, I have bad thoughts. I see.
This
oh
sounds
my
like
God,
a Greek
Scooby-Doo.
bastard trying to speak French.
I see Scooby-Doo. I think to myself, maybe I bring him sandwich, he fuck my ass. That is how it started for me, basically, the dog. And then my uncle had a dog, had a large penis. It was...
Bro, the Blue Jays got rinsed again today. Wow. That's disgusting. Absolutely rinsed. It's like that Grammy ran. Time is it? 10:36. Give me the coconut. Bruh. Fuck out there, brother. Give me the nature runes.
Hey, Stav. I'm just calling because I'm in a bit of a pickle in a dating situation. I was like kind of interested in this guy from high school. Where it's been like 6 or 7 years. We're both way hotter, and I could tell we were interested in each other. So I was like kind of down to like make moves on this guy, but then his older brother swoops in and I get a little distracted and we end up hooking up, and he knows that I've hooked up with his brother. But I'm not really that interested in the brother, to be honest. And this has been months ago. So I'm wondering, can I go for this guy? And like, I'm really gonna have
Pause
to go
this real
for it because
quick.
he doesn't have social media or
Pause
anything.
this. Can I just say, it's refreshing to get a dirtbag girl calling
Yeah.
in. Usually we just get dickhead guys who are fucking, you know. This is awesome that I mean, you're a piece of shit. I mean, you can't fuck while trying to fuck someone, you fuck his brother, and then you're like, I'm gonna let that cool off.
I like it.
And then, I mean, yeah, I respect you, but I just want to say, this is nice. This is it's a refreshing change of pace.
Like, what's refreshing is like, she's still doing this very much like a woman. Like a guy would like, I'm being a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Tell me how to move, but she's like, is it okay? I mean,
yeah. He's just
do you think it's alright if I just go?
Is that okay? What if you end up together and he just for the rest of his life knows your kids know you sucked Uncle Mike off. Anyway, let's hear her out.
So this is gonna have to be like, find him in a bar and really actually try, not just like drop into a DM. I'm gonna have to go for it because he doesn't have social media or anything. So this is gonna have to be like, find him in a bar and really actually try, not just like drop into a DM. So do you think I have a chance with this guy? Like, if some girl was like fucking your brother in the past, would you still be down? Or is this just embarrassing? Like, are people gonna think that I'm just like trying to collect brothers? What do you think?
Like collecting brothers like Infinity
I don't
Stones.
care all that much what people think, but I don't want him to think I'm
Call her
just
Thanos out
or
here.
anything, trying to fuck him and his brother at the same time or anything, because I'm not.
Well,
they're just both happen to be hot.
I gotta be honest with you.
Thanks.
It doesn't feel like that's totally off the table. Like, from what we know about you, you were trying to fuck him. You fucked his brother instead.
Because he's hot.
Right now, you're not planning on fucking both of them. But what if somebody broaches the subject? It doesn't.
Both hot.
Yeah.
To end with that is wild.
Yeah.
To be so sincere of like, I'm really trying to make this work, and I know
She's
I think
awesome.
I'm to end with, but they're both hot.
Yeah,
and
I'd suck both
That's
of them
what the
off.
bottom line is.
Yeah, and again, respect. I love hearing a dirtbag woman call in. But let's be clear, you are a dirtbag for this. Like, I do. Well, I don't want to. Let's say hypothetically, my brother hooked up with somebody and I fucked her later. I wouldn't give a shit because here's the thing: I probably am not going to end up with that girl.
That's not the problem.
I'm just trying to get my here's the thing: you can definitely also fuck this guy, but I don't know that you're going to be able to
have a
date
real
this
relationship
guy.
with this guy. But that's not even the problem. See, I think it would be totally different if it was like, I'm out in my life, I stumble upon the brother, we have a connection, I fuck the brother, then I see you later in my life. That's not what happened. She was actively trying to fuck one brother, and then met the other brother, was like, oh, he's hot too.
Yeah. This is right here.
That's different.
Yeah.
That's so different.
A cock in the hand is worth two in the bush.
That's fucking gold. That's fucking gold. Let's get this fucking guy.
So I've been with my girl for about 8 years, and she's a sweet girl, fucking great. We get along perfectly, and she's just all around really great. The only problem is about a year and a half
Hope
ago,
you're doing
like
well,
2
buddy.
years, we had an issue with having sex because she just starts feeling pain anytime that we start having sex. So she went to see a doctor. They don't really see anything wrong with her, but
They've
they think that
diagnosed
she
you
might
with
be
a
diagnosed with
disgusting
something called
penis.
vaginismus, which kind of like is your
Run it
brain's all
back, Elders.
fucked up when you're having
Sorry.
sex and you're being
She went to see a
self-conscious,
doctor and he said
it's
my dick is
kinda like
so
is your
fucking
brain-
gross that she gets disgusted when I fuck her.
something called vaginismus, which kind of like is your brain's all fucked up when you're having sex and you're being
Vaginismus.
self-conscious, and she's kind of trying to make up for it. She maybe will blow me like 2 or 3 times a week, which is always great. And I try and be a trooper for it all, but
Try and be a
sometimes
trooper.
in the back of my mind, you know, it really bothers me. It's hard to get used to. Like her libido's not the same. So sometimes I feel like she's not as into it, but it's just kind of just taking care of me, just so I'm not too upset. She doesn't want to do anal. It's just something that's not appealing to her. I guess her
Let me
asshole
cross that off my
sacred
notes.
to her or something, but she's not into it. And she's trying though. You know, she's going to kind of like pussy PT right now, where she's just trying to figure out a way to get back to where she
This
is.
guy's hilarious.
But the question I'm having is, am I overthinking this thing? I love her so much. She's a really great girl. I feel like I really got a winner here, and maybe even would want to propose to her soon. But just sometimes this, you know, my own sexual desires cause me to kind of stray off course a little bit and consider things that, I don't know, maybe I'm making a big mistake even thinking about, because I think I do have the perfect girl.
Well, I'll tell you right now, buddy. If you think you got the perfect girl, you're already
letting
making the
sex thing
mistake.
Take over. So I don't know. Maybe you have some better thoughts for me.
Yes.
Appreciate your input.
Yeah, this guy's hilarious. I do love that he sounds like like the first half, it's like he's like worried about his girlfriend, and then he's like, so yeah, she's got this health problem. It's like, you know, she's got vaginismus, and then I'm like, oh, he sounds like worried about her. He's like, and she's trying to make it up to me that she has a problem. So she sucks me off all the time, and I'm trying to be a trooper about all the head I'm getting. He literally said, I'm trying to be a trooper.
Stav, I am just suffering through blowjob after blowjob, and I could really use some guidance.
It's not like she has this problem and she's not doing shit. She's going to like
she's
pussy PT,
putting in the work.
She's got rubber bands. She's stretching rubber bands in and out of her pussy.
They've got like the blow tube in her mouth while she's on the treadmill, and
Yeah.
they're squirting liquids up there or something.
Yeah, they've got a fucking.
We can rebuild her.
Someone in scrubs is guiding her through Kegels.
She's running underwater in a pool.
Meanwhile, he's on Instagram looking at his ex's bikini pictures. And he's like, I don't know. It's just, am I overthinking this? So, look.
I don't think you're overthinking it for that specific question. There's no, I mean, how could, you're going to think about it every day and night if that's an issue in your life. Like, A, because you care about her, and B, because, like, you want to have sex. But, like.
Yeah. And so, I don't know. It's like, can you get into, like, you know, at least like she doesn't want to do anal. Like that is, he's like, I'm willing to meet her halfway by getting my dick sucked and fucking her in the ass.
And having threesomes with her friends.
Yeah. She won't even let me fuck other whores.
So how's it going with clit stuff?
Yeah, are you eating pussy? She's sucking you off. Are you eating pussy?
He's like, for some reason we haven't thought of that as a potential solution.
She has it circled on a whiteboard in the room, and he's just never looked at it. It's like, what else could there be?
What else could there be? The little head tap did it for me. A little head tap.
I think like Eminem was really popular when he came out with like High School Kids and everything,
Yes.
and I'm like 11 years old wearing do-rags and like literally wearing do-rags with hats over them, and like my mom was like, the way she tried to handle the different ways she tried to handle me being a wigger.
Yeah.
Was so funny. Like she was like, okay, maybe I'll write a rap about like history. My mom wrote like to help me study.
Oh
She was
my
like,
God.
Abraham Lincoln was the first.
That's so fucking funny.
Constitution 72, you know, shit like that.
Yeah.
And then when I was like, still didn't like, I probably failed that test.
Yeah.
She got real like worried about me. Like I remember one time we were coming home she was picking me up from my tennis lessons.
You're brooding after tennis lessons, putting your do-rag back on. Oh my God.
I was sagging my
Taking
pants.
your Lacoste off and putting on FUBU.
Yeah. She was picking me up. My pants were sagging.
Yeah.
And this was just because I was tired, but I did sag my pants. But I
Yeah.
remember being like, it's not even that time. Like she was
Yeah,
upset.
yeah.
And she was just like, pick your fucking pants up. She got so aggro
Yeah.
that she couldn't, like, she saw her middle class child
Yes,
being like,
yes.
yo, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? You know, like talking black and all this shit and being like, oh my God. And she was like, she's like, you know, I know someone who lives in the ghetto. I might just drop you off in the
Wow.
ghetto.
The Chappelle Show sketch,
Exactly,
literally.
dude,
Yeah.
exactly. And I was just like, you know, I never thought she was going to do that.
Of
I'm
course.
like, yeah, you're going to do that. Like, even then, I was like, yeah, Mom, sure,
course,
right. You're going to
bitch.
drop me off in the fucking,
Yeah.
you know. I'd do better than she did.
Yeah.
Than she would. If she dropped me off in the ghetto, I'd be like, I'd be like one of the kids, like a hopper. You know what I mean?
Damn.
She drives on the block, I'm
Yeah.
already like, two,
Yeah, you're getting
two crack,
turned out.
two
Yeah.
crack vials.
Yeah,
I'm like,
yeah.
I gotta go around the block. Go around
You
the
guys
block.
been watching way too much too much of The Wire. I was watching way too much of The Wire.
I kind of feel for her. She had no idea how to handle that.
Of
Like
course.
no one's taught. There should be a documentary about parents of the greatest generation, like the baby
Yes.
boomers that had
Yeah.
to handle their wigger children.
Yeah.
And the different ways that they handled them because she
Absolutely.
was freaking out. Like one time,
that was the closest they had to deal with any real, because they missed
Yeah.
World War II,
Yeah.
and by the time 9/11 happened, come on, you're fucking
They were
old as shit.
adults,
Who
yeah,
cares?
who cares?
That generation's biggest terrorist attack was Eminem's career.
Yeah. Being like white kids being like, I can dress like that.
Yeah.
I can talk like that.
That's a fucking good one. That was worth it. That was worth right there. That was a good watch. That was a good one. That was a good one.
It was a typical day in the world of daytime television. Infomercials, soap operas, and highly scripted legal shows filled viewer screens.
Highly
with
scripted.
one
Don't
of the
talk
more
about Judge
popular at
Judy
the
like
time
that.
Being a program called Christina's
Fuck's the matter
Court.
for you?
Today in Christina's Court.
The show centered around a woman named Christina Perez, giving counsel and advice to those wrapped up
remember
in
that,
legal
broad.
drama. And on this particular morning, comedian Sean Harris would be featured filing suit against his ex-girlfriend in the hopes of recouping unpaid rent.
Every month it would be something different, you know.
Like
I'm
what?
I ain't got it this month because I got to do this or that. And I'm like, man.
So
I
you
mean,
let her go 9 months without paying rent?
Now, like I said, these shows were very obviously scripted, at least to some degree, and with Sean himself being a professional comedian, it led to countless funny moments and what turned out to be one of the show's more iconic episodes, with by far the most memorable moment coming at the very end, when things seemed to deviate from the script.
constantly like a child in my
People
own
in
house.
love, they yell at each other all the time. Oh, that's true. Ask him, he's been married for how long?
Over 20 something years.
For over 27
Look at him though.
years.
He look mad. You don't look happy, brother. You don't look happy.
Here, we see the comedian take aim at Christina's bailiff, a man named Renard Spivey, who was an integral part of the show, being the judge's sidekick for years and years. Though it wasn't often that he found himself at the end of a joke like this, as Sean suggests that Renard looked unhappy when it was revealed that he had been married for over 27 years.
Little did he know he got divorced a couple
very
days later.
happy. Okay, all right, let's get back to the claim.
All in all, it made for a rather charming moment, with viewers adoring the lighthearted jab aimed at one of the show's most beloved characters. Though no one could have known at the time just how true that joke about his happy marriage would turn out to be.
Still developing tonight, a Harris County Sheriff's deputy facing serious charges. 63-year-old Renard Spivey accused of killing his wife, 52-year-old Patricia Spivey, after an argument.
Damn!
On July 28, 2019, over a decade after the aforementioned program aired, Renard Spivey was confronted by his wife Patricia about what she believed to be steroid use or perhaps even infidelity.
Gee, steroid use, you think? You think? Steroid use? Really? You think?
And in the midst of this heated
definitely
argument,
not.
Spivey would draw his gun,
Couldn't be steroid
shoot his
use.
wife once in the arm and then in the chest. Shortly after, police would find her lifeless body crumpled in their bedroom closet. Now, after years and years of taking part in this once famed legal show, Spivey can be found alone in his prison cell, where he'll likely remain for the next 14 years of his life, for murdering the woman that he was so happily married to,
Yeah.
turning what was once one of Christina's court's most iconic moments into one of the darkest examples of irony in all of television history.
That's pretty crazy.
When you find a good woman, you got to hang on for dear life, because then it's hard to find another one. So my advice as a happy woman, married woman.
Happy in the moment.
Before we get any further, I want to thank Scentbird for sponsoring this video and in turn making this dark content financially viable for myself. Scentbird is a fragrance subscription service that allows you to select and try a bottle, and it allows me. This month, I received a product going to be perfect 55.
Yeah, I'm good on all that fucking cheap ass perfume, bud. Thanks.
The world of television is an interesting one. Despite the highly controlled and well-polished products that we're typically used to seeing on our screens, there have been a surprisingly high number of deeply disturbing moments that have happened when on air, and this potentially new series aims to highlight some of the most disturbing. And what better way to start than with a relatively unknown case that has haunted me for years. Saturday, June 14th, 2008, a Japanese TV station called Television Miyazaki is running its standard live programming, which on this day was set to feature a game show-like segment in the remote rice fields of Takachi Hocho. The game itself was simple. Competitors stood back-to-back on a small wooden stand above the shallow muddy water below, and when given the cue, they would attempt to shove their opponent into the water without turning their bodies around. In the end, the one left standing on the platform would be declared the winner, with the loser being left humiliated in the mud.
Seems like a genius show. Yeah.
Round 1 goes off without a hitch, resulting in the losing contestant being covered head to toe in a thick brown sludge, with the whole atmosphere perfectly encapsulating the craziness
I'll be right back.
and high energy charm that you would expect from a Japanese game show made at the time. And so far, everything was all in good fun, with this excitement only
Little
escalating as the
parasites.
contestants convince one of the show's hosts, a man named Tatsuchi Yanagita, to join in on the competition.
I'm gonna wait for this fucking guy to die because he's gonna die right now. Nature
It
runes,
took
I'll
some
take
convincing,
those.
But eventually, Tetsuchi agrees to compete, much to the enjoyment of everyone spectating. And from there, the comedy writes itself, as immediately after the round starts, it's apparent that he stood little to no chance. and upon instantly losing his balance, Tasuki reacts in a split second and dives off the platform, landing headfirst into the muddy water below, which causes his body to fall limp. The water that he had just dove into was merely 6 inches deep, with the rest consisting of a thick layer of mud, which his head would strike directly, instantly causing his neck to break. And in that very moment, Tatsuchi would be irreversibly paralyzed, leaving him unable to move from the neck down. It was a tragic accident. However, the accident itself is far from the most awful part of this live broadcast, with that coming immediately after. Unaware of Tatsuchi's severe injury, the crew believed that he was merely playing a prank on them and just joking around, and so they left him there, face first in the water, and proceeded to shove his face even deeper and deeper into the mud, splashing even more on top of his head to rub in the fact that he had lost.
Wait, what happened? His face gets stuck in there? Or he die? What?
They had no idea that during their antics, Tatsuchi was in a desperate fight for survival, as in those 6 inches of water, he was slowly drowning, and completely unable to pick up his head to breathe. This lasts for an excruciatingly long 15 seconds, before they begin to bob his head up and down, and eventually pull to the top his I've ever seen.
That's crazy.
Ending this entry, Tatsuchi would skiing back minutes before they finally were able to birth. And according to his Facebook page, Tatsuchi has learned to live with his body-wide paralysis, and even went on to rejoin the show years later in some capacity, ending this entry off on somewhat of a bright spot, despite this otherwise being one of the more unsettling and appalling broadcast accidents that I've ever left an impression on.
That's pretty crazy.
On the topic of broadcasts that have left an impression on my life, I would say none have had more of an emotional impact than a story run by 60 Minutes about a man named Donald Herbert. The story starts back in 1995, just 4 days after Christmas, when a fire broke out in a home in Buffalo, New York. In an attempt to put out the blaze, firefighter Donald Herbert was standing on the roof of the building when suddenly it gave way. As a result, Herbert would fall into the attic where he would be trapped in the smoke, unable to breathe. He would lay there without oxygen for 6 whole minutes before they finally were able to pull his body to safety, with the whole ordeal being filmed and shown on local news. Somehow,
My
Herbert
dad's
managed to
retirement
survive
cake.
this accident, but being without air for that long caused him to lose most of his brain function, leading to him spending the following years in a minimally conscious state, unable to eat, unable to breathe, and seemingly unable to understand the world around him.
Yes, sir.
Eventually, his condition led to him being placed in a nursing home, where a feeding tube was the only thing keeping him alive. For all intents and purposes, the man was gone. But then, something happened. On April 20th, 2005, a staggering 9.5 years after his accident, Donald Herbert woke up.
That's pretty crazy.
In the nursing home where he had spent most of the years unresponsive, he would suddenly turn to a nurse and ask for his wife Linda, while displaying signs of being fully lucid, which prompted the staff to immediately call his family, who rushed to see him. And sure enough, despite Herbert being completely blind, he was not only fully responsive, but recognized almost all of his family members. The moments following were all captured by cameras and later shown on an episode of 60 Minutes, with the footage being some of the hardest hitting and emotional that I've personally ever seen.
How long have I been gone?
Quite a while, pal. Quite a while. 10 years.
The pain in discovering that he had been gone for 10 years, all that time missed, robbed from a man who was just doing his job, is indescribably gut-wrenching. But it's what happens after this footage that proves to be the most upsetting part. For nearly 16 hours, the newly awakened man spoke with his family, catching up on every little detail that he had
And then he
missed.
dies?
And though from that point on he had moments going in and out of his lucidity, his long-term prognosis actually seemed hopeful. Throughout the next few weeks, Donald was surrounded by family members at all times, not only to take advantage of every single second that Herbert was awake, but also for his own safety as well, as since his awakening, he would thrash violently in his sleep, as if he still believed he was trapped in that blaze. And so, to ensure his safety, at least one family member would be stationed with the man while he slept. Though on one night, one of the family members on duty had grown too exhausted to stay any longer, and from the first time since he became lucid, Donald Herbert was left alone. And during that night, he would again start to thrash violently, with Herbert flailing so hard that he would
Stands
fall
off
out of
the
his
clip.
bed
Yeah, whole
and
clip
strike
to the
his head
chest and
against the
stomach.
floor,
What do you mean?
causing his brain to start bleeding. From that moment on, Donald Herbert would never become
What do you
lucid
mean?
again, and as a result of his injuries, he would pass away 1 year later from pneumonia.
If anyone had ever thought that such a horrendous thing could happen, obviously we would have stopped.
The Twilight Zone. Throughout its lengthy run, this television series provided some of the most entertaining and memorable moments in all of television. But for this section, I'm going to be cheating a little bit, as rather than looking at an event surrounding the show itself, I'll be highlighting the far less memorable movie version of the series. Simply named Twilight Zone the Movie, the film was broken up into multiple sections, serving as sort of an anthology work with 3 separate storylines. And for the sake
Yeah, I
of this
figured the
story,
Lakers would
only
win one
section
game,
and
bro.
really
Next game
only
they
one
lose. Huh?
scene bears discussion. The scene was intended to simulate a battle in the Vietnam War.
Wait,
in
what?
Which the protagonist,
My daughter, her best friend's boyfriend just shot and killed another in the parking lot here. Holy shit. So your daughter didn't do it. It was her daughter's friend's boyfriend. Your daughter didn't do it. It was your daughter's friend's boyfriend. That man going to jail for the rest of his life. That's pretty crazy.
and with all the pieces now more and more intense, and really only one I Herbert. Twilight Zone the movie. The film was
That's
broken
fucking
up
crazy.
into multiple sections, serving as sort of an anthology work with 3 separate storylines. And for the sake of this story, only one section and really only one scene bears discussion. The scene was intended to simulate a battle in the Vietnam War, in which the protagonist, a character played by actor Vic Morrow, is attempting to outrun an attack helicopter and escape the area. The footage was intended to serve as the section's dramatic conclusion, with it being described as the following. In the scene that served as the original ending, Bill, the character portrayed by Morrow, stumbles into a deserted Vietnamese village, where he finds 2 young Vietnamese children left behind when a U.S. Army helicopter appears and begins shooting at them. Morrow was to take both children under his arm.
This guy right here,
and escape out of
Ms.
the village
Mawa,
as the
don't ever
hovering
be like
helicopter
Ms.
destroyed
Mawa.
the village
This
with
douchebag could be on the
multiple
other side. He
explosions.
keeps taking my
Based
fucking,
on that description
my
alone,
kills.
shooting the scene
Don't
was
be
going
like
to
him.
be tricky and likely a very intense process on the set, as all the effects used were set to be done practically, meaning that they would require an actual helicopter and real pyrotechnics. Not only this, but the director, a man named John Landis, wanted to use actual child actors for the scene, which, given that it was planned to take place at night and near explosions, was technically illegal in the state of California. Despite the laws in place, however, Landis decided to shoot the scene regardless, enlisting 7-year-olds Mika Din Lee and 6-year-olds Renee Sheen Yi Chen to play the roles of the Vietnamese. Techniques truly set a haunting tone. However, unbeknownst to the production team, there was a major problem developing. As stated prior, all the effects you see here are real, and during the scene, there was an actual helicopter.
Thug Dog, there's no question about it. If he fucking just shot and murdered somebody, he's going to jail. That kid's going to jail for sure, bro. There's no questions about it. Like, if Sean's daughter's friend's boyfriend actually did just do that, homeboy's not fucking seeing the outside of a jail cell for a long time.
Helicopter flying just above the actors, which by itself was
He's only
already very
16. What the fuck? How do you get a gun? How the fuck do you get a gun at 16? What the fuck?
and made even more so due to the pyrotechnics. For the pilots, the explosions launched in the air created fireballs in the sky, making things much more difficult to navigate, but those on the ground were never made aware of this. And being pressed to make things look even more and more intense, the crew decided to double down on their explosions, launching 2 massive charges back to back. A decision that proved to be a costly one, as the second blast was so strong that it dislodged the helicopter's tail prop, causing the craft to spin uncontrollably. And within mere seconds, as the cameras roll on the 3 actors trudging their way through the water, the craft crashes directly on top of them.
Yeah, I thought so.
Somehow, everyone on board the helicopter survived the wreck, though those on the ground weren't so lucky, as in one split second, the blade of the helicopter slashed into Vic Morrow and Mika Din Lee, instantly decapitating them.
Yeah.
And as the craft slammed to the ground, Renee Shin Yi Chen would be crushed beneath its massive weight. In one frame, there were 3 living actors, and in the next, there were none. In retrospect, it's not hard to see the red flags and the dangerous practices being used by the production team. However, following several long legal battles, no one would be found liable in the deaths of the 3 actors.
Of course not.
Landis himself would go on to enjoy an incredibly successful career. The Twilight Zone film would eventually be released years later, only with a different ending.
Oh, they're not gonna demolish it. There's nobody will come in.
Only with a different ending, you don't say.
Force with force.
Our final story.
We should have kept the ending. It would have been way more powerful.
Buttsfield, England,
Real deal
where
shit.
A man named Albert Dryden had been living a fairly solitary life. Following
Night,
his
Martha.
retirement from steelworking, Albert
Love you
dedicated
too.
his life to building up a plot of land which he
What?
had purchased in the area. His main goal was to construct a bungalow for his
Yeah, that'd be
elderly
awesome.
mother,
Thank
where
you.
she could live during the summers, while also planning to build some sort of fallout bunker on the same plot. But right from the start, he ran into issues, as his permit request to build these structures on his land was promptly denied. This did not stop
Okay.
Dryden, however, as despite the
Right, okay.
ruling, he began his construction anyway, believing he had found a workaround with the law, as rather than building the house in a standard manner, he instead
believe in an
dug a
eye
deep
for an
hole
eye,
into the
but-
ground and began to construct his home
Oh,
there,
they do it here in the
labeling it
States?
as the home in a hole. Due to this, the home only stood about 8 feet or so above the
Be
ground.
surprised what kids
which
out here in
Dryden
this town
believed
get a
made the
hold of.
construction
Yeah,
legal.
fair, Sean. Fair.
However, he was wrong in his
Bel Air,
assumptions,
Ohio.
and the building swiftly
Fuck.
caused a disagreement between the man and the Derwentshire District Council, with this rift growing more and more amplified as time went on. In the midst of this ordeal, a man named Harry Collinson was appointed as chief of the council and assigned to handle the case as his first order of business. And he did so by initially sending Dryden a letter demanding that he stop construction and also tear down what he had already built. Dryden, however, decided to counter with a court appeal, which was swiftly denied, leading to the court's final order that the building be demolished within 3 months. It was around the same time that the local news began to document the ongoing feud between Dryden and the government, and despite the numerous rulings against him, Dryden still refused to give in to the government's demands, and eventually, the council decided to take matters into their own hands, and decided to demolish the structure themselves. So on June 20th, 1991, Harry Collinson, a demolition team,
Tell me
and a
the
group
guy
of
stays
police
inside.
constables traveled to Dryden's property to demolish the structure. Before this group arrived, the decision was made that should Dryden attempt to escalate the situation, they were to immediately back off and come up with another plan to
Oh,
avoid
wow.
any sort of physical altercation.
Wow.
At the scene,
Damn.
numerous reporters had already began gathering at the property line, including a cameraman for the BBC, who was there to document the feud in real time. And right from the start, it was clear that Dryden was not going to be going down without a fight. The gate to his property was chain-locked, with Dryden standing behind it, pointing to 2 letters that he believed proved that he should be able to keep his structure intact, at least for the time being.
Read that. That's an official letter, and there's an appeal in. There's an inspector coming out on this site in 5 weeks' time. But it doesn't say that. Where does it say that? I have another letter confirming that. Can you show me the other letter? I'm not going to show you the other letter, but this chap's coming out in 5 weeks' time. Well, all as I'm asking is to wait 5 weeks for the outcome, maybe 6 weeks. It'll take a week after he's been out.
I'm satisfied, Albert, that there's nothing in these documents that affects the legality
Or the enforcement notice that the inspector has confirmed. That'll be it, Harry.
However, Dryden's request for more time was clearly falling on deaf ears, and realizing this, Dryden began to grow more and more agitated, with his tone quickly turning far more menacing.
If you don't open the gate, now we'll obviously have to take the fence down with the machine. So if you want, you can have some time to remove the fence yourself to minimize the damage. Do you want to do that?
Rocky's been well, man. Yeah, thank you, Thug Duck. Is Rocky downstairs? Yeah.
Will be your liability.
After this video, I'll go take him outside, and then I'll take him up here if you want to hang around for a few, like 4 or 5 more minutes.
Now, you've been warned. Can you explain what you mean by that? Well, I'm not going to explain, but if you had any sense, you would go away now and wait 5 weeks for the outcome of that. Right? That's my last word on it. If you show me the letter referring to the 5 I can't show you the letter. I've told you where the letter is.
At this point, based on their initial plan, the crew should have certainly turned back, as it was now getting to the point that Dryden was outright threatening Collinson, warning him that if he were to step on his property, that something awful was going to happen. And though this did cause Collinson to take a few steps back, he still remained steadfast in carrying out the task and remained on the edge of the property line, standing his ground even when Dryden escalates the situation even further.
Tell me he just goes and grabs a gun.
Can you get a shot of this gun?
Oh yeah.
As the two stand face to face, Dryden brandishes his pistol and points it directly at Collinson. And wanting to ensure the man's combative behavior was being documented, Collinson asks the cameraman to get a shot of his gun, which subsequently leads to this moment.
Can you get a shot of this gun?
In an instant, with cameras rolling, Dryden fires a shot directly into the chest of Harry Collinson, and then fires another at the crowd standing before him, leading to things devolving into a chaotic scene of running and screaming.
As more shots were
I'm all about that, bro. The government's trying to take his land and shit. Fuck the government, bro. That's what I think of the government.
Look North reporter Tony Belmont ran for cover.
We were standing watching what was going on, and then a shot rang out at the chief planner, fell to the ground, and I felt a shot in the arm, and I've clearly been shot here in the arm.
As the camera crew finally gets to a safe distance and catches their breath, it's revealed that one of the journalists for the BBC had been struck in the arm, along with one of the officers. Though in the midst of all this carnage, we see no sign of Harry Collinson, as by this point, he was likely still on the ground where he had originally fallen, dead from his gunshot wound, with his final words being,
Can you get a shot of this gun?
Following the incident, police would engage in a
He's like, you want to be shot by my gun? Alright, bang, bitch!
Landmines, along with other explosives on the property, though this would turn out to be a bluff, and eventually...
Bro, I'm all for this guy, you know? Fuck the government trying to take his property.
Grabbed by officers and taken into custody, where he would subsequently be tried and sentenced to life in prison. And despite his actions on that day, Albert Dryden would go on to become somewhat of a national hero, growing a legitimate fan base for the way he stood up against the government. Dryden would live out his time in prison until 2017 when he suffered a massive stroke, to which he was let out on a compassionate release, with the man eventually passing away just 1 year later.
I'm all for him, baby.
Though his actions that day will forever be immortalized as one of the most notorious and darkest moments in television history.
I'm all for it. I'm all for it. That guy is a hero. Fuck the government.
I want to give a big
yet again. Fuck the government. Fuck the government. Exactly. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go let my dog outside and then take the whole fucking ride upstairs. You little weasel. My little weasel. Oh, my boy. You're my boy. Hi. Hi. Wow. Hey. That's my boy. Hey. Hey, that's my boy. Hey, that's my boy. What's up, buddy? What's up, Rocco? What's up, my guy? Hey, I'm putting this on.
Series here.
Hi.
Throughout my time here on YouTube, I've spent countless hours searching for dark, obscure content from all across the web. And out of all my morbid findings, only about 1% of them have actually been turned into videos. This happens for a few reasons, like some of the material being just too disturbing or too graphic to talk about. But mainly, it's because a lot of these topics I found don't really warrant a full video, at least not on my channel. So rather than just holding on to these topics forever, I decided to start a new series here and share with you all the chilling internet content that I've compiled throughout the years and will continue to compile for years to come. So join me in this new venture as we dive into the internet's darkest corners. Before we dive into this, I have to give a huge shout out to our amazing sponsor, Shudder. Shudder is the ultimate streaming service for all fans of horror, which chances are, if you're watching this video, that includes you. Shudder is essentially Netflix for scary movies, as it has the fastest growing selection of thrilling and dangerous entertainment. Shudder's expertly curated collection includes must-see titles like Vicious Fun, The Mortuary Collection, and PG Psycho Gorman, plus all of the best horror documentaries and the hit Creepshow TV series from executive producer Greg Nicotero of The Walking Dead. As part of Shudder's annual 61 Days of Halloween, they have actually released the latest installment in the VHS franchise, VHS 94, which is by far one of my all-time favorites. It's seriously so good, I highly recommend checking it out, and now you can do so for free for the next 30 days by going to shudder.com and using my promo code Crowley. That's SHUDDER.com and the promo code Crowley to start watching for free today.
That's my big boy. Hey?
Decide the ultimate winner, and some things you just shouldn't see.
It's been over 15 years since the premiere of the now hit show America's Got Talent, a competition program centered around finding the top entertainers in the country. But despite the show's huge popularity, I was surprised that I hadn't heard about its upcoming spin-off, which was set to air fairly soon. The show is called AGT Extreme, which focuses solely on daredevil acts. A premise that has subsequently caused a bit of a stir online, as having a competition focused on extreme stunts means that people will take things further and further to win, which would lead to their performances getting riskier and riskier over time,
Thug Duck says
pushing
hello,
the
buddy.
envelope and heightening the danger.
Yeah, Thug
With
Duck
this
says
in
hello.
mind, many critics have called out the show for how dangerous it could become, And as it turns out, even before the first episode has made it to air,
Hey,
these
Rocky.
critics may have already
Rocky.
been proven right.
Hey.
On the
Thud Duck
15th
says
of
hello.
October 2021, TMZ would publish an article
Hi, Thud
outlining an
Duck.
incident that had recently happened on the set of the show. The accident supposedly involved 41-year-old Jonathan Goodwin, a man who had performed on AGT before, where he attempted other life-threatening challenges, all of which had gone off without a hitch, but this time was different. The article wrote, Jonathan Goodwin, a daredevil stuntman on the new America's Got Talent Extreme,
it's
suffered brutal injuries after a stunt he attempted
a
went
life-threatening
horribly wrong,
stunt.
and it was so bad,
Life-threatening
people on
operative
set
word.
thought he was dead. The article would then go on to explain the stunt that Jonathan had attempted to perform and how exactly it all went wrong. Goodwin was suspended 70 feet in the air in a straitjacket, hanging by his feet from a wire. 2 cars were suspended on either side of him, swinging back and forth. The stunt was for Goodwin to free himself from the restraints, and then fall on an air mattress and avoid getting crushed by the cars as they swung in the air.
Oh yeah, that sounds like a good
Then
time.
something went horribly wrong, and the cars smashed together, sandwiching Goodwin in between them. The impact caused the cars to explode, erupting in a gigantic fireball. Goodwin fell to the ground and hit his head. The article then mentions that Jonathan's exact conditions weren't known, but that his injuries had been incredibly severe, having to
Oh,
be
no
airlifted
shit.
to a nearby trauma unit.
Dude's never gonna
The
fucking
scene
walk again, I'll
described
tell you
sounded
that.
absolutely crazy, as the stunt Goodwin had performed sounded unlike anything I've ever seen before. And following the release of this story, curious readers wanted to know more, as they wondered whether the ordeal was filmed, and if that footage would ever get released. But according to the article, this had happened on the day of rehearsal, meaning that there was no live studio audience, and the
Wow.
cameras potentially weren't even rolling. And even if the show had been filming,
Thank God
it's
we
entirely
rehearsed.
unlikely that they would ever choose to release this footage. However, as it turns out, during the whole event, another camera had actually been recording on set that day, which just so happened to capture the entire thing. It's unclear who was behind the camera, though many believe that it was likely a staff member who had pulled out their phone to film the act. And somewhat unsurprisingly, just days after the initial report, this very video would emerge, quickly spreading to practically every social media site across the internet. The cars are then seen colliding together with extreme force, as Goodwin is pinned between them. At that exact moment, the pyrotechnics in both vehicles go off, causing a massive explosion. Jonathan would then collapse 40 feet to the ground below, falling headfirst.
Oh,
The
thanks,
video
buddy.
is horrifying, and it's
It's
easy
not
to understand why people on set thought Goodwin had perished, as every time I watched the clip, I couldn't imagine how anyone could survive such a devastating incident. But shockingly, Goodwin would actually regain consciousness that very day, and despite suffering serious injuries like 2 broken legs and burns throughout his body, he doesn't appear to be in critical condition anymore, as he's even taken to his Instagram page to let his fans know that he's going to be okay. And though his road to a full recovery is clearly going to be difficult, it's still amazing to see him alive and in such good spirits. Following the news breaking on this story, and the video finding its way around the internet, America's Got Talent has halted production on the show, and it's currently unclear where they will go from here. Though if they do decide to carry on with its production, I personally find it likely that this won't be the last time we see an accident like this.
Hey, neighbor.
Our next story takes us to an obscure Reddit post made back in September of 2020. The story was told on the Legal Advice subreddit, as the original poster, or OP, was seeking help on a situation transpiring with their neighbor. OP described the situation as follows. I live in a duplex with my husband and my son, who is only a few months old. My father-in-law owns half of the duplex and is renting to us, and the other half is owned by an older woman and her adult daughter. My father-in-law has known the woman for over 15 years and told us before we moved in that the daughter was mentally ill and had strong delusions on occasion that caused trouble with the previous tenants. The last tenants apparently had to get a civil anti-harassment order placed against the daughter, but eventually moved out when the behaviors never stopped.
That's
Apparently,
a
the
red
neighbor
flag.
accused them of kidnapping and abusing their children, as well as abusing their dogs. My husband and I brought our son home a few months ago, and we didn't have any issues with the neighbor until about 2 weeks ago. She has begun banging on and throwing things at the walls when our son cries. She screams at us as well, but I usually can't hear what she's actually saying, you know, over the screaming baby. And the 2 dogs going absolutely ballistic because of the banging. It's absolute chaos, and it made my postpartum anxiety so much worse.
pity
Every time
me.
the baby cries, I experience intense panic, waiting for the screaming and the banging to start. We have called the non-emergency police line twice when I can't handle it anymore and I feel close to a meltdown.
Here's
The first
like
time we talked to
some
her and she
advice,
stopped
you
doing
dumb
it as
cunt.
often.
If you got a warning that says, "Hey, this person's crazy as fuck. I don't suggest moving in." Don't move in.
Maybe once every 2 days. Tonight she is back and it is worse than ever. The air quality is so
Just
bad
a
right now
thought.
from the fires that I can't let the dogs out for long to stop them from barking. The barking makes
Nah,
the baby
man,
cry
you
harder,
just- you
which
gotta
makes
get
the
rid of
neighbor scream and
2.
pound on the walls harder.
You gotta
The
get
officer
rid
I
of
spoke with
2.
says that
You
we
do
can try to
exclamation
get a civil
point, give,
anti-harassment order placed,
space,
but he knew for a
at, and then
fact
space
that her
amount.
behaviors never stopped after the last tenants had tried that.
Know what I'm
He
saying?
says his unofficial advice would be to live somewhere else. Is that seriously my only option? We can't afford to move, but I can't keep living like this.
Yeah, that's your only fucking option, you dumb bitch. Some people can't afford in other places, but hey, guess what? You decided to move in next to a crazy cunt, so you gotta suffer the consequences or move. Like, hello? Some people are fucking so delusional, it's unbelievable.
Post was met with minimal engagement, as many glossed over the story, not thinking
Fucking
much of it.
delusional,
And those who
bro.
did respond seemed to have a mixed reaction.
Yeah,
Some actually
leave.
sympathized with their neighbor, as sharing a wall with a screaming baby would obviously not be a fun situation, and especially for someone with a mental illness who seems to react negatively to loud stimuli.
Nah.
While others found the neighbor's response to be
Bro, you
fairly
ain't
worrisome,
listening,
as
son.
It was clear
You
that the
don't
behavior
put
had been
2.
escalating.
There's no
But
2.
whichever side these commenters
There's
took,
no
they all
2.
seemed to be in agreement.
If you
on
put
one
anything
thing,
after
that
the
there
if you
wasn't
put
much
anything
OP could
after
do
the
other than
number
simply
amount,
move out.
that's gonna it's
And
got to
with
be
that,
their name.
The post quickly
You gotta
faded into
do the at
obscurity
symbol
with
and then
no
type out thug
resolution to
duck.
be found, quickly being lost in the endless content of Reddit. But surprisingly, the story wouldn't end there. In fact, nearly 7 months later, an update would be made, thrusting what was once an unknown story into the limelight. OP's post read, "Update. Neighbor bangs on shared duplex wall when baby cries." My first post never got much attention, but the outcome was pretty wild. In October of 2020, my husband and I were renting a duplex where my father-in-law owned the half we lived in. We brought our son home from the NICU in August, and towards the end of September, the neighbor, 40-year-old female, started to pound on the shared wall if she could hear him cry. The pounding escalated over the next 2 months. The neighbor bought a megaphone to yell through the wall and threatened to rip us apart. She called us child predators, and she'd yell obscenities and threats until 3 or 4 in the morning. The police were called multiple times, but they responded that
Nothing could be done about it. Oh, so I'll just keep living here and suffering.
"I'm going to kill you. See, it doesn't mean anything if I don't actually do it." The elderly mother hadn't been seen in several months, but requests for wellness checks were brushed off. The general advice I got was that as renters we couldn't do anything. It was also suggested that this was reasonable behavior, since the baby crying was probably really annoying. Since my first post, we moved in with my grandmother for our safety. The neighbor ended up busting a softball-sized hole through the shared wall to scream at us, and occasionally just stare at us. The smell that came
Bro, they fucking stayed there after she busted. Let this sink in. These dumb fucks have a child, okay? A child which needs nurturing, love, a good surrounding, you know? They let this bitch sit there and scream at them with a megaphone through the fucking walls. That wasn't enough to leave. They haven't seen this lady's mom in months, maybe even a year. I can't remember how long he said. That's not enough to warrant suspicion on their part to leave. They have to wait for this dumb cunt to grab a fucking baseball bat and physically smash a hole big enough for her to look through and stare at them occasionally. Not only that, they smashed the hole, but they stayed there long enough after the fact to be stared at occasionally. So that means they'd just be sitting there, you know, making breakfast in the morning, and then bada boom, bada bing, bitches sitting there like this, looking in the fucking wall. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? Are people fucking stupid or like what? Honestly, man. Are people fucking dumb or what, bro? Like, Jesus. You know? Like, on fucking God, dude. Like, am I the only one that noticed something wrong with
That
that?
hole was indescribably bad. Our security cameras recorded her coming to my son's nursery window at around 2 a.m., almost daily, just staring and holding her cat.
That's
It
fucked.
took until the end of
Dude.
January for police to find...
How the, like, are these people fucking delusional? Like, they let this happen.
finally be able to enter her property. The elderly mother had been deceased since at least June, and the daughter had the corpse dressed in her Sunday best, rotting in a dead-bolted bedroom. The news article said that the mother died from natural causes. The daughter was taken to an inpatient psychiatric facility. The update came entirely out of left field, yet this lady's timeline made perfect sense, as the daughter's behavior likely escalated not just because of the new child, but also because of the loss of her mother. And without her mother to care for her and keep her in check, it allowed her actions to go way off the deep end, as by the end, she had clearly become completely delusional.
Oh, shit.
However, this is Reddit, and with Reddit comes a slew of fake stories designed to go viral, which alone caused many to instantly write this whole situation off as a hoax. But digging deeper, this doesn't actually seem to be the case, as some would find news articles outlining a virtually identical situation. On the evening of January 29th, a welfare check was conducted at the home of 65-year-old Cynthia Newman. The lady had not been seen in months, and it wouldn't take long for police to figure out why. One article wrote, "The body of Cynthia Newman, 65, was found in a reclining chair with a pillow under her head and body. She was covered in blankets in an attempt to cover the body from sight." Newman's body was covered with insects and showed significant signs of decay, including exposed bone and places where skin was starting to peel off.
That's
It
fucking
also appeared that
foul.
animals living in the house had started to gnaw at the corpse. Also within the home was Cynthia's daughter, 41-year-old Jacqueline Bebout, who had been living with the corpse for over 7 months, never reporting it to authorities as she, quote, didn't want to be alone. According to the articles written on this, Cynthia had died due to natural causes, though her daughter
That's
would
fucked.
still wind up being arrested on charges of failing to report human remains,
Nah,
with
yo,
the
you-
sentence landing her in a mental health.
I was gonna say, you can't be arresting her unless you're just putting her in a mental institution. Like, she can't go to jail. You know what I mean? That lady can't go to jail. Like, putting her in the mental institution's proper.
Facility. But hearing this story side by side with these two threads, well, it all adds up, right down to the month that she claimed it happened, leaving me without a shadow of a doubt that this was in fact real. And as I read OP's post once more, it becomes clear that the strong stench that she was smelling was the smell of a decaying body. And with this context, what started as just an obscure, forgotten post on Reddit has now shifted into one of its more twisted threads.
When someone dies, it means they're not alive anymore.
Reddit is home to a lot of disturbing content, and it's here that we find another
Yes, hours
thread,
indeed.
this one requiring no context for its darkness to be understood. The post was made to Ask Reddit, where a user asks, "Redditors who know how much time they have left, how does your day look like?" The post proceeded to go viral almost instantly, as hundreds of people flocked to tell their stories, with all of the top results coming from those who actually suffered from some type of terminal illness. One user wrote, ALS, rapidly progressing. Every day I get worse. Couldn't get my shirt on today. Not really enough strength and energy to eat, though I am being yelled at for losing weight. No pain, for which I am thankful, but unable to do most things we take for granted. I have T-Rex arms now, probably won't be able to walk or stand in the next few weeks. I am working hard to get the prescription for death with dignity. This is not how I want to live. I think I'll be lucky to make it to Christmas, more like early November at this rate. I don't want to live like this anymore. Another says, my days are a mixed bag. Some days I don't want to get out of bed, and when I do, I can't seem to find the energy to leave the house. I have tumors all over my spine, so when things go really bad for me, my legs will probably be the first to go. This is my time, and it took me a lot of dying before I could take a deep breath and let go of the stress of living. Sometimes the best thing you can do is crack a beer and watch some TV and not feel guilty about it. It's easy to feel like you absolutely need to make each day count, but if I'm happy, I'm happy. The examples go on from there, as so many users have come together to share their experiences, and it's interesting to see how all of their answers differ. With some, they preach positivity, and somehow through it all they have found their inner peace, while others, well, are clearly struggling to come to terms with what will soon happen to them. With most feeling guilty for what they have put their families through, and what their families will soon go through once they're gone. It's all just horribly depressing, and unfortunately, it's far worse than I described. As I've left out one devastating note, with that being that this thread is actually over 5 years old, and those accounts that had shared their stories, both good and bad, have now fallen silent, leaving the accounts responsible for practically all of the top stories in this thread abandoned, with no updates in years.
Well,
This
yeah,
thread
what do
is
you
no
expect?
longer a group of people sharing what their last days will look like. It's showing what their last days did look like, as it appears that the vast majority of them are no longer with us, succumbing to the fate that they knew was around the corner, leaving this as, in my opinion, one of the most painful threads I've ever scrolled through.
Wait till you see New York from our
I mean, it didn't take a genius to fucking figure that out.
It's rare to see so many people.
Oh, what do
know how
you
the future
think? What is
is
your opinion
going
on
to
legal
turn out,
cannabis?
and
I
the
don't
fate
give a
that
fuck
lies
anymore
ahead.
about it,
But
man.
most
When I
of
was
the
a kid and I
time-
was said they're slinging mad fucking stacks of dope, I didn't want it to be legal because I knew that the fucking once it became legal, it's just gonna lose its value, and that's exactly what happened. Now that you've got so much quantity of cannabis that the price is just astronomically low. And it's just like fucking, you can go buy an ounce for like $50 and it'd just be some bomb ass kush, you know what I mean? Whereas it used to be like $200 for like an ounce, and that's like, you're getting a deal. Times are changing.
The future turns out to be far more surprising than you can ever imagine, which leads us to a website called airliners.net, where 21 years ago, a group of users began
It's a scam though if you go to the stores and buy it.
discussion centered around an impossible situation. But for just a brief moment in time, they pondered it, with the subject line reading, "If a 707 hit the World Trade Center." A user named MD90 starts the discussion by saying, when the two towers that made up the World Trade Center were built, they were designed to withstand the impact of the largest airliner of the day, the Boeing 707 Intercontinental. The Empire State Building survived a B-25 medium bomber, crashing into it on a very foggy day. It was during the weekend when most people weren't there, but still, 14 people died. Anyone want to bet that the World Trade Center could survive a 767 impact? This post was met with the response, "Let's not try that, okay? One terror attempt was enough." From there, others chime in, with one adamantly saying, "My bet is no way. Just imagine a fully loaded airliner the size of a 707 slamming into any building. Think about it." And the discussion carried on from there. One person wrote a rather lengthy, well-thought-out response saying, if a 707 or a 757 slammed into the World Trade Center, It might be much more damaging than the case of the B-25 bomber that crashed into the Empire State Building. It is very doubtful any passengers or crew would have survived such a grim scenario. Also, there are probably more people per floor in the World Trade Center compared to the Empire State Building, so casualties in the building will likely be much higher.
No.
Another user responds by saying the structure itself would survive, as the buildings are surrounded by other buildings, and thus only a hit could take place high up on the structure, meaning not at or really near ground level. If it could somehow penetrate and hit the base, that would take it out completely, but it hit 500 or 600 feet up.
Yo, almighty, thank you for the 5 gifted, brother.
Within this thread was even an
Ian,
employee who
Kate,
had been working at the World Trade
Lawrence,
Center at the
alcoholic
time,
man
who
in
chimed
red
stating,
aspect.
"I'm
Welcome. Yo,
working
you're
in
fucking
downtown New
G,
York
bro.
at the World Trade Center,
God
and when
bless.
someone is in the observation deck."
God fucking bless, bro. What you been up to, my man? What you been up to? The viewer in the song, yeah. It does go with the song pretty well, eh? Bit awesome. Free membership. Make sure Golden Kid 007. Make sure you click on that green thing. Like, you're gonna want to click on this and make sure you enable it. There's gonna be like 3 dots there, and then it'll say like turn on gifted membership. You're gonna want to do that. So if anyone ever gifts a membership, you have a chance of acquiring it, you know? Oh, you didn't? Oh, okay. I was just making sure. Sure, jeez, don't shoot the messenger, bro. Jeez. Ever playing BO3 zombies on PC and trying custom map? How'd that go? How'd that go, brother? Brother.
Of the World Trade Center, you see planes approaching the LaGuardia airport, not far away from the building. Sometimes you think that the plane is coming to hit the building, and I always think, what if a pilot crashes a plane on us? The conversation eventually leads to someone saying, the scenario is really hellish. I think the flight disaster record, Tenerife, 1977, 582 dead, might get reset by a lot. You would easily have 1,500 or more, since you would have 200 in the plane, at least 500 in the building, and a real shitload on the ground. If the building managed to fall, there might be 5,000 or 6,000 dead. Oh well, that's why they put...
Oh damn, really? You're putting in work.
This was the final message written in that thread. A thread based around an impossible situation. A situation that could only live in one's imagination. Or at least at the time it was. Not even 1 year following this thread, 2 Boeing 67 planes would crash into the World Trade Center, forever changing the course of world history. The same planes that user MD90 had referred to when saying, anyone want to bet that the World Trade Center could survive a 767 impact? And as it turns out, it couldn't.
And that's the history of the camera.
As part of my channel, I have a tendency to focus in on disturbing videos and channels. But recently, I've fallen down the rabbit hole of another form of media, photographs, and specifically final photographs, the last pictures taken in a person's life. And across the web, there are millions of examples of this, with an endless supply waiting in the future, as at some point, everyone will have their final picture taken, including you and I,
Who would have thought?
whether we know it at the time or not.
It was one of the hardest
Many of the
ones.
examples
Where I
we can
picked
find
it.
today
Yeah, it's
are
one. It's supposed to be one of the
heartbreaking
harder
or even
ones.
inconspicuous,
To show.
while others, well, are much more disturbing. On April 18th, 2021,
That's what
a
they
torrential
say.
rainstorm began to wreak havoc in Houston, Texas, along with many
We're here in
surrounding
Houston,
areas.
Texas.
The rain fell in excess of 24 inches within just a single day, flooding the streets and many of the waterways nearby, leading to roads being completely covered with feet of rushing
Favorite
water.
snack,
And
probably
unfortunately
like
for
Skittles or
21-year-old
like
Darren
Sour
Mitchell,
Patch Kids.
he would be caught directly in its crossfire. After attempting to make his way home on Highway 105, the floodwaters quickly overtook the road around him, to the point that it was impossible for the car to move any longer, leaving Darren stranded in his vehicle
Ice
at the mercy
cream?
of the
Ice
raging
cream's
water,
pretty decent.
water that was rising quickly. And given the conditions of that road in particular, well, he knew rescue would likely be a long ways away. Before Darren knew it, the water had made it all the way up to the top of his car as it slowly began trickling
love
in
seafood,
through the
yeah.
crevices. Growing increasingly helpless, Darren decided to call up his family just to tell him that he loved them, while also mentioning that he had managed to make it out of his car and that he believed he was going to be safe. Though sadly, this wasn't actually the case, as just minutes later, he would use his phone to snap this picture. He would then post the shot to Facebook with the caption, "And all I wanted to do was go home." Moments later, worried onlookers would witness Darren's truck begin to roll before flipping
Fucking little
over
douchebag.
and disappearing into the raging water. Darren's body would be recovered days later, leaving him as one of the
That fucking
5
little
victims
douchebag,
involved
bro, tried
in this
killing
deadly
me.
flood.
Dude, I'm so glad I
Another chilling
started
final
looking right there.
photograph
Oh my
comes
god.
From an ex-couple who had been partaking on a hiking trip in the
That
Alabama
fucking little
countryside.
cunt.
18-year-old Jolie Callan and her boyfriend Lauren Bunner had been separated for some time, but the two decided to head out on one last hike as a chance for them to come to terms with the end of their relationship and hopefully start a new and civil friendship.
That
By this
fucking
time,
little cunt.
Jolie had moved on with someone new and was all set to start college, but she wanted to remove any ill feelings with Lauren as she began this new chapter in her life. Together, the pair traveled up the mountains in Chia State Park.
What a fucking
where Bunner would
douchebag, bro.
chronicle the entire day on his Instagram page. He posted photos of Jolie walking her dog, as well
No.
as just taking in the gorgeous scenery around them, with this shot proving to be incredibly stunning, as it shows just how vast the woods were that surrounded them. Bunner would snap this picture before quickly
Bonner.
posting it to Instagram as a way to cherish this memory, his last memory with Jolie. Just moments after taking the picture, Bunner would put his phone down and pull out a handgun that he had concealed in his pocket.
What?
He would then fire one shot in the back of Jolie's head, before flipping her around and shooting her once more to seal the deal.
Why?
He then dragged her body to the edge of the cliff that she was seen here looking over, before pushing her off.
Run!
Bunner was arrested that
Bunner.
day after turning himself in,
I
as
got
it was
5,
clearly an
4,
attack done out
3,
of jealous
2,
rage, as he took exception to the fact that
Oh,
Jolie
thank
was
God.
moving on with
We're
her
dead.
life, leaving him
That
in the
little
past.
bitch ass motherfucker ain't getting
And it's
shit.
likely that in this very moment,
Let's go.
Jolie had no idea
Oh
the
my
fate
God,
that she was
fuck
about
yeah.
to meet, and the plans that Lauren had for her.
That was stressful. Fuck that little kid,
But of all
bro.
the final photographs that I found recently, there's one that I find
Bro.
especially
Fuck that little kid. Fuck that kid trying to steal my bones like that. That little bitch. What was my favorite seafood meal? Bro, I love me some like. I love me some like. I don't know, like scallops, shrimp, mussels, stuff like that. You know what? A seafood boil is my favorite seafood meal. How does that sound? Seafood boil is my favorite seafood meal. You just get a little bit of everything in there. You know what I'm saying? A little bit of everything. Do I fish as often as I used to? I mean, trying. I got work and stuff now, so it's kind of like you gotta base it around that, you know what I mean? So it's a little bit different, I guess. I don't really get to do it, I guess, as much as I want. I like fish as well. I remember catching catfish and then my aunt like beheaded it and like gutted it and stuff when I was a kid and it was delicious. Fresh out the water, you know? The fresh fish taste. I mean, I remember like it was yesterday. It didn't even taste fishy at all. It was like just delicious. Didn't even taste like no fish taste at all. You know what I mean? It was just like meaty, gamey. No fishiness. None. You got bass? Oh yeah. Go bass fishing every year. Usually bass fishing or like pickerel. Like you name it, bro. You name it. You fucking name it, mate. Bloody name it. Blimey. Blimey, it's Harry Potter. What bait do you have a lot of success with? Bro, I just use a go-getter and like a worm, honestly. On God. Go-getter, worm, and I'm chilling with that. Pretty piece by piece, it's just like yeah, I got like fish skin on it. You can de-skin the fish and stuff for sure. I usually always just like had it so that the fish skin was like just super crisp and it was like a chip. You know, you gotta descale it and shit first though. You gotta descale it and everything first. Wow, my clicks are off today, Jesus. Do I like Old Bay seasonings? Pretty good. Pretty good, pretty good. I just like making my own seasonings when I'm doing like fish boils and stuff. Bro, why do I keep getting this update like from Snapchat? Madison's story. That's fucking awesome. Good for Maddie. I don't give a shit. I've gotten like 12 notifications on like Snapchat, and I don't even haven't even opened up my Snapchat in like a long ass time for fuck's sakes, mind you. And I getting these notifications. I have notifications turned off for Snapchat. How am I getting notifications if I have these bitches turned off? I don't give a fuck. Here, what was I gonna show you? Fish. Let's see here. I know I got a bunch of them. Just looking. Where are they? There they are. Yeah, 1 second. See a little buttes. Those are bass right there. Oops. Those are bass. That's another bass. That's another bass. It's a tadpole. Little tadpole. Wow, sorry about that. I kind of got lost going through some old pictures. I realize I'm getting old. My God. I am getting old. I'm that old, bro. I feel like I'm getting old, man. My fucking buddy just got testicular cancer. My other friends are getting fucking married. Like, holy fuck, dude. And I'm sitting here playing RuneScape. This is true. This is true.
No habíamos querido decir nada antes de chequear bien lo que estaba sucediendo porque compromete a personajes del canal.
September 3rd, 2011.
Why is it always these Japanese game shows?
Chilean news station TVN is
never
hosting
mind.
a live game show
Chilean.
called KA7, or 7th Street, in which young adults compete in a series of challenges to avoid being eliminated, with the winner going on to eventually earn a cash prize. In Chile, the show was considered a success during its run, though it was never anything too out of the ordinary, especially as far as game shows go. And many familiar with it would probably be surprised to see it discussed in a video like this, as its family-friendly setup made it the last place you would ever expect to encounter a dark
23?
TV
Damn,
moment.
nice.
And for most of its run, this was true, except for that fateful September day.
Comparison is the thief of joy.
Por favor, quiero que paren la competencia. Quiero que paren la competencia, por favor. Nos acaba de llegar una información muy difícil de entregar. No habíamos querido decir nada antes de chequear bien lo que estaba sucediendo porque compromete a personajes del canal.
As the participants were engaging in a heated competition, the host, Jean-Philippe, unexpectedly halts the program in the middle of a game with breaking news that a terrible, terrible accident had occurred, though not one on the show, but instead within the network itself. That morning, a team of workers from the TVN station, including famed presenters Felipe Camaroga and Roberto
Late,
Bruce,
it's 12
along with
a.m.
numerous staff, had boarded a military aircraft to document the recovery efforts after the 2010 earthquake which had ravaged the country, with the plane heading for the
Oh God,
island of
allows
Robinson
facts.
Crusoe, a destination that they would sadly never reach. As Jean-Philippe would interrupt
12 a.m.
KA7
for
to
me.
share the devastating news that the plane had crashed into the ocean and that everyone aboard had likely been killed instantly, including the entire team that TVN had sent and some of the network's most prominent presenters. The news sent shockwaves across the entire country and especially the TVN network, with the on-air team having to report that their close friends and colleagues had tragically passed away. And over the course of the following days, numerous bodies would be found floating near the crash site, along with debris and eventually the craft itself. It was said that the flight had encountered heavy winds upon reaching their destination, leading to 2 failed landing attempts, and while making a large U-turn to try their 3rd landing attempt, the flight would disappear into the water, likely as a result of the craft running out of fuel. The interruption of the television program was and is considered a truly grim moment in the world of television, but the situation only gets more eerie as, upon searching the wreckage, divers would discover that the network's cameraman had been filming minutes before the crash, getting
way.
shots of each and every person aboard, all of whom were clueless to the fact that in just a few minutes' time, they would all be dead. It's unexplainably haunting watching a group of people unknowingly experiencing their final moments on this earth. But evidently, this footage wasn't the only morbid discovery. Within one of the camera's SD cards was a curious set of 6 images. Images that at a glance are not directly discernible, but once some effects are applied, start to become a bit more clear. As in the most infamous example, we see what appears to be a plain window, along with a large amount of water covering the lens, with the image being timestamped after the plane had impacted the water. And to make things even stranger, the SD card that was storing these images was allegedly found inside an empty water bottle. And though to my knowledge it has never been proven, these images introduce the idea that at the very least, the cameraman, Romina Irazabel, was alive and even conscious after the crash, and snapped the pictures before placing the SD card in the water bottle in order to save them from corrupting in the salt water, which would also mean that he was alive and trapped aboard the broken vessel as it slowly sank to the bottom of the ocean, drowning with no hope of escaping the wreckage.
Imagine your thought being of
To this day, the
putting the
broadcast
fucking SD card into the water bottle instead of smashing the window out so you can get through out the window.
Cultivates
Or,
into what can only be described
like get out of the window? Like what?
as one of the darkest moments in TV history.
Couldn't be me, bro. I'd be fucking kicking that window, bro. I'd be throwing my head up against it. I wouldn't be fucking drowning to death, I'll tell you that much.
Just happened right there.
Like, I'm not even trolling. I would fucking bash my... If my, like, arms were broken or something, I'd be bashing my head up against that window until my fucking head just split open. Like, I'd be getting the fuck out of that car, or plane. Or dying from, like, my attempt to get out. You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't just sit there and fucking drown and, like, protect some fucking video footage. Like, that's stupid as fuck. Those windows are strong, dude. They are strong as fuck. But, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm going out with a fight, bud. Like, they'd be finding, like, subhematomas on my fucking head. I'd be hitting my head so hard, you know what I mean? And you remove the door? I don't think physics can really, like, allow that, though. Like, maybe in some instances, I'm not really too sure, but, like, I don't know how, like... I'd have to leave that for brighter people than me, you know what I mean? I don't really know, like, what the physics of that would be. But I would assume they would have that already if it was, like, able to be had, you know? But maybe it just costs too much. Maybe it's not for the peasants. And the water is hard, yeah, all the negative pressure pushing on that door. I'll be back. I'm gonna grab a glass of water. Excuse me.
All across my channel is endless proof that the internet can be a dark, unforgiving place. And unfortunately, it's become far too easy for data brokers to find our personal information.
Shut the
like
fuck
our
up with this
from hackers,
bullshit,
as well as
dog.
taking a series
No
of
one
other steps to
cares.
help reclaim your
I'll give my identity out there, no problem. I don't care about fucking that, dog. Come on, you should know, dog. Yeah.
We have one helicopter that is no more than 300 to 200 feet.
Am I lagging out?
White Bronco that O.J. Simpson is in at this
O.J.
time.
Simpson,
There's
that's my
something
boy.
inherently captivating about watching a live police chase or standoff. Perhaps it's the danger of it all, the feeling that at any moment, anything can happen.
O.J. Simpson's my
watching it all
boy.
unfold with no way of knowing how it'll end. Now, some of these turn out to have comedic finales, going on to gain notoriety for just how outrageous they are.
This is like a comfortable stroll that this guy's just taken through the neighborhood.
Somebody, making the decision said, just let this guy go.
While others conclude in complete disaster.
Luckily, not a lot of people just missing those cars into that
Oh!
power line there. Wow, and that is quite the ending to this pursuit.
And
No
throughout the history of
shit.
televised police chases and police standoffs, certain moments have left viewers shocked and traumatized.
Is he gonna show the one where the guy just fucking pulls the method, just
With
pulls
one
the
of
gun
most
out and just shoots him
recognized
himself in the
examples
head?
coming from all the way back in 1998.
I think it might be.
In the world's capital for this type of content.
I think it might be, actually.
This is
No way.
LA, first edition, with Carla Arago.
It happened on April 30th at approximately 3 p.m. when residents
Wasn't on live TV, yeah.
program.
Yeah, well, they were following him in the helicopter. They're following the crackhead in the helicopter. It's not this, though, because it was way more modern than this, but they're following him in the helicopter and shit, and essentially just fucking Buddy pulls out a gun, he's tripping on meth, and just fucking blew his fucking brains out, you know? And the cameraman didn't the cameraman didn't fucking scroll away fast enough, so it just they watched it. And the guy that's in like the studio like commentating, he's just like, oh my god, oh, he's like freaking out and shit. It was funny. It's like, what, you never seen someone get shot before, homie? He just like sounds like a fucking wounded animal.
Interrupted by breaking news. A standoff of sorts had been developing on the Harbor Freeway, one in which numerous stations, even those showing children's cartoons, would cut to. And glued to their screens, adults and children alike would watch as 40-year-old Daniel V. Jones would exit his vehicle and display a homemade banner that read, "HMOs are in it for the money. Live free, love safe, or die," which was neatly placed on the ground as if he knew helicopters would be arriving to capture this unfolding dilemma. Daniel had been sick with cancer for some time and had just recently been diagnosed with HIV, something that he only blamed himself for. However, these illnesses led to a growing disdain for HMOs, or health maintenance organizations, and he would express his displeasure for them in a phone call to 911 at the very beginning of the incident. During the call, he relayed how he believed the organizations valued profits over the lives of him and countless others, and he wanted to expose them and all their harmful practices in front of the entire world. And now, he had his audience. So, with the whole world watching, Daniel entered his truck with his dog Gladys, lit a Molotov cocktail, and ignited a fire inside the vehicle, all while the broadcast stayed riveted on him. The scene was absolutely brutal.
No!
Even worse, as he eventually exited the car, still on fire and now badly burned. And despite knowing that Daniel clearly had the intention of ending his life, the cameras just kept on rolling. And they continued to roll even as he brandished a shotgun.
Dude, why the
followed
dog?
through on his ultimate desire, as his life came to a gruesome end.
Why the dog?
All the while, thousands of children at home who were just trying to see their favorite cartoons watched on. The incident became a PR nightmare for the multiple stations that were live on the scene and seriously called into question the morality of broadcasting incidents of this nature.
Bro, why the
ratings they
dog,
received
man?
Were just too good to ever stray away from the
That's so
practice.
sad.
In fact, if anything, this incident probably boosted their intrigue, as it was the ultimate example that anything can happen on live TV. And yes,
Fuck,
despite the tragic result and its human
poor
toll,
fucking
this
dog.
incident ultimately gave rise to even more broadcasts of this nature that are still to this day a commonplace, with one in particular leaving a lasting impact on myself for nearly a decade now. It started the same as any other live police chase, with multiple stations interrupting their broadcast with that classic flashing breaking news text. It was the 27th of July, 2007 in Phoenix, Arizona, where we're thrust into the action of a high-speed chase occurring at roughly 12:30 p.m.
I think this is it.
According to the broadcast,
I think this is the
white
one.
pickup truck had crashed into a police cruiser upon being pulled over and took off for unknown reasons.
I think this is the one where Buddy just hops out and just...
Local police, but local news stations as well, as after only a few minutes, news helicopters were already in the sky, streaming the whole situation out to the world. At some point in this chase, police were able to use a spike strip and seemingly shred all the tires from the man's truck, prompting him to slow down drastically and eventually bring his car to a complete stop.
And it looks like they're probably just going to let this thing play out. Yeah, he can't go much further.
This may be the end of this thing.
This led to the cameras in the sky scrambling to get that perfect shot, as the dramatic finale of this chase was growing ever so close, though no one could have imagined the tragic end that this was all headed for.
Maybe it's not, I can't remember.
Well, he's taking off
out.
running.
Okay, now it's a foot chase.
Okay, now he's jumped into
now he's
another
in another vehicle. Okay,
All right, they're closing in. Looks like they've...
Oh,
We're gonna pull out. We don't,
What the fuck?
we don't know what has just happened right there. It looks like the police have closed in on him. We don't know, what exactly has transpired between the...
I don't even know what just transpired there.
As the camera is fixed
Does
in
he know
on
what's
the
up?
action, we see a brief moment of static before the broadcast cuts back to the studio, followed by a hurried commercial break as confusion seems to fill the set, leaving the audience baffled at how they could pull away from the footage at such a tense, important moment, causing many to change the channel in a hurry to see just how this thing would end, which is where many would be faced with the reality of what exactly they had just witnessed.
I don't know. That's kind of what I was thinking, Bug Duck.
He commandeered another car.
Wait. I got a problem here.
Okay.
I got an accident. Go north. I got a helicopter down.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Connie is telling us she has a helicopter down. Oh, no, Connie. This is unbelievable. All right, well, we're going to leave that pursuit and find out. Oh, this is miserable. This is unbelievable. Connie, can you tell us, are you getting chatter? You would know more than us right now.
At this moment, while KNVX TV's
Yeah, that's what I thought,
helicopter,
yeah.
piloted by Craig Smith, along with cameraman Rick Krolak, was capturing the action, a separate helicopter piloted by Scott Bowerbank and cameraman Jim
Boom,
Cox
right into
from
each
the
other.
KTVK station had been unknowingly heading directly towards them, and with all four men blinded by their obligation to capture this chase in real time, the two aircrafts would unexpectedly collide, leading to the free fall of both helicopters and the deaths of all four aboard. The footage was captured by both parties involved and shown live to who knows how many people, with both providing equally chilling moments, like in the original KNVX TV broadcast, where you can hear the faint yelling of one of the men on board.
Well, we don't know what has just happened right there. It looks like.
Oh yeah, you hear that,
And
eh?
in the KTVK helicopter, when Jim Cox says the line,
Now he's hitting eastbound, and he just hit some more barricades. Absolutely unbelievable. This guy doesn't care what he hits.
when in reality, the very craft he was in was mere moments away from barreling straight into the other news
Doesn't
chopper.
care what he hits.
The entire
Bang.
scene is certainly one of the darkest police chases ever recorded, and to me what makes it all the more gut-wrenching is seeing the other news stations swarm to cover the crash.
Yeah,
with
it's
many
just
of
like a
those
bunch
people
of pigs
forced to
going to
quickly
the
into
draft.
being acquaintances and even good friends with the people they had just watched.
Oh, let's go get our payday
leading
over
to
here.
Some genuinely heartbreaking reactions.
Crap! Oh no! Oh Jesus! Oh God! Oh my gosh! Hey! Oh my God! Channel 15 and Channel 3 just had a mid-air collision. Just watch that whole thing. I'm good. I'm off your nose. I'll get back. I think it was Scott.
This guy's up in the air, and he just watched two fucking helicopters collide, and then he realizes, like, holy shit, I'm up in the air still, and you can just hear the panic in his voice, obviously. Like, fuck.
There's one thing I would request is please leave my family alone.
It's pretty crazy, bro. Yeah, fuck that. That's good.
Nearly 18 years
You
ago
hate to be in
now,
that
the strange
situation? Yeah.
phenomenon hit Britain.
Yo, do you know what's the craziest part? Is the fact that these two helicopters collide in the air, and then in that broadcast, you can just hear that man screaming to death. You know what I mean? You just hear him screaming, and then the screams just stop. If you listen closely.
British tabloids as the papers began to report on a seemingly mundane man named Mick Philpott. As far as I could tell, he never seemed to go out of his way to acquire this fame, but rather the lifestyle he lived caused it to occur organically,
That's the
and
craziest
for all
part
the
of
wrong
that.
reasons. The then nearly 50-year-old man had recently become a father of 15, with the children split up between 5 different women, 2 of which he took turns living with in a sort of love triangle situation. And if the living arrangements and the sheer number of kids wasn't intriguing enough, he further gained infamy thanks in large part due to his attitude on working.
No
as
looking
he
out for
refused to get a
traffic in the
job
air.
And instead would
And
allegedly
dude, you
skate
know,
his way-
with helicopters, don't they have like to relay their position in the air just like an airplane would? I'm not 100% on that. I don't necessarily know how that would work. Don't they have to give their like longitude and latitude? Longitude and latitude? Or do they not? Are they not obligated to have to do that? I'll tell you exactly. So, you know, something tells me they're not the only ones at fault for that, but they should have obviously been aware of their surroundings. But someone back at HQ should have been like relaying, like, "Hey, Alpha Bravo, you're getting pretty close to Charlie Delta." You know what I mean? Or some fucking whatever the fuck their code names are. I'm just picturing Breaking Bad in my head right now. That guy is sitting there, he's lost his daughter to a drug overdose. Jane, you know, just tweaking out. Displays their positions. Yeah, exactly, bro. Exactly. Yo, Thug Dog, you be careful out there, man. You fucking be careful out there, buddy.
Way into getting exponential amounts of government benefits. And he did so all the while his
Yo, is that
pregnant
Hulk
wife
Hogan? What
and
the
his
fuck?
pregnant girlfriend carried out full-time jobs.
Holy shit,
It's
he
easy to
did it
find their
right,
living
chat. I am
arrangements
fucking so
strange
proud
and
of this
even a
kid.
bit comical, but behind it all was actually a very legitimate dark side.
They may not have been talking to you. It's not required. They are in any airport. Oh, okay. 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 Interesting. I didn't know that. So that interesting. So then it's not required for them to just constantly be communicating in their.
And she was one of the older ones. As when he was
That's
37,
interesting.
he struck
That's
up
just
a
negligence on the
relationship
flight.
with a
The
14-year-old
pilots.
girl who eventually ran away with him at the age
Sounds
of
like it's just
16.
negligence on the
And
pilots.
this dark side of his gets worse when it's revealed that he was also a notorious domestic abuser,
That's
slapping
crazy,
and violently
bro.
beating his past partners on numerous occasions, including one instance when he stabbed his ex-girlfriend 12
It is recommended.
times
Okay.
before then turning
Okay.
the knife on her
Interesting.
mother, who attempted to
That's
step in and help.
crazy,
His reason for
bro.
doing this? Well, he didn't like that she spent so much time watching over a baby she was caring for. Thankfully, despite the traumatic injuries, the mother and daughter would survive the attack and go on to live normal lives. And because of this assault, Mick would receive the staggering prison sentence of 7 years.
What?
And by the 80s, he was a free man,
7
continuing his
fucking
nefarious
years.
activities all the while. For lack of a better word, Mick was a menace, who somehow was not
I'm
only
a
a free man
menace.
after all the crimes he committed, but was also having his entire life funded by the very government that should have locked him away for so much longer. And with his name now in the press, mainly for his number of children, he would use his platform to complain that the benefits he received weren't enough, and that he wanted even more. This caused an even bigger stir in the tabloids, and it was only a matter of time before someone called him up to appear on TV, with Mick and his two lovers eventually being
That's
invited
UK
onto
all
the
you get.
Jeremy
Fuck, man. If I
Kyle
ever need to
show,
murder somebody,
where
I'm
Mick's
taking them to
temper
the
would be
UK.
put on full display.
In UK, life in prison is 25 years. Same in Canada. UK life in prison in Canada is 25 years. Life in prison in the States is life in fucking prison. Like life in prison in like Florida, for example, means you're not getting the fuck out. Like you're you're a lifer, lifer. You staying, yeah.
Eventually, Mick would settle down, and his wife Marie and girlfriend Lisa Willis were brought out to discuss their relationship further. To which
Has
they
similar laws to
surprisingly
UK.
seemed
Very similar, as a matter of fact. It's pretty
not backing
scary.
down from their stance that there was nothing
How
wrong
close
with
they-
their feelings towards Mick.
Do you not get slightly peeved that she is Mrs. Mick and you're Mistress Mick? I'm being serious.
No, I don't. You don't bother me one bit.
Ending the program off on a surprising note for the host, who likely expected some sort of reaction from the pair, even getting frustrated to the point where he would lambast the girls for their laissez-faire attitude.
Where is your dignity? You're 22. Don't you want a bloke to yourself? He just said I agree with you. When you grew up, did you think you were going to share your bloke with another woman?
I didn't actually know. But 2 mums is better for all the kids.
Or confusing? No.
And as the show came to an end, so too did Mick's 15 minutes of fame, as the paper slowly began to find their next target, and the world continued on with Mick, his 15 kids, and multiple lovers out of mind. Until the year 2012, when his name would pop up once again
My boy
for a
Nick.
much different reason.
Nicholas the Diglis.
Yeah, we've got the police on the way. Have you any idea what's caused the fire? I've no idea, mate, but it's woke up my day long. There's smoke everywhere.
On May 12th,
Yo, this guy
2012,
murdered
Mick's
all of
home
his
would catch on
kids.
fire in the dead of night, while he, his wife Marie, and their many children were sleeping peacefully.
Tell
In
me
a
he
panic,
didn't
the couple
murder all of
managed to
his fuck-
escape with some of their kids, but tragically, 6 of them, all of whom were below the age of 10, would pass away in the blaze, having been stuck upstairs and inaccessible to any form of rescue. By the 16th of May, the story had reached far and wide of the tragedy that unfolded, with Mick and Marie garnering widespread community support.
Okay, dude, if these people actually killed their kids, they're fucking deranged
In
as
the area
well.
would even band together and raise the money for the
I
children's
feel as though
funeral,
that's where
the
this is
emotional
going
pair
to.
give a heartfelt thank you through the media.
I've actually been down to our home.
Looks like crocodile tears to me.
Just cannot believe it. To see this community to come together like they have, it's just too overwhelming. But there's one thing I would request is please leave my family alone. If you've got any questions or anything at all, please don't come through me or my family. Please go to the police.
And for many, this would have likely been the last they'd ever hear of this broken family, had it not been for a single discovery found within the home's debris. While sifting through the burnt remains of the house, police would discover gasoline in the mailbox, which when found at crime scenes is typically associated with arson. And coincidentally, the very morning of the fire, Mick just so happened to have a court hearing to obtain custody over he and Lisa Willis's children, the second woman who had appeared with Mick on the Jeremy Kyle show. Given that the general public had immediately stopped caring about this family after their appearance on TV, not many knew that Mick and Lisa had actually split up in the following years and were in the midst of a bitter custody dispute, leading to speculation that Lisa may have intentionally set Mick's home on fire as some sort of vindictive act.
I was thinking him.
That's what Mick wanted us to believe.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking him. He like they weren't even like crying right there. You know what I mean? Like if you looked, like you can tell when someone's crying, their face gets wet. You know what I mean? That guy wasn't, and his wife weren't even crying. The rags weren't even wet. Fucking dumb. The kids, the people that have bad records with children. Yeah, that's all around the world. It's not just the UK, bud. Trust me. Sorry, I said bud quite aggressive there. I didn't mean it like that. I didn't mean it like that. I'm sorry, Zeno.
That's it. A few discrepancies. That's all it is.
It's my fault that the family's gone. It's my fault we lost our children.
Upon doing an in-depth investigation, which included bugging a hotel room that Mick and Marie were staying in, police would eventually capture a verbal confession that proved the married couple had actually been the ones to initially set the fire, along with their friend Paul Mosley. But why? Well, their goal wasn't actually to kill the children. It was instead to save them.
Yeah.
In reality, they had planned on setting the fire in a way that Mick and Marie could swoop in at the last minute and save all the kids.
But you think having paid so much money for a service, you think they'd do their job? Yeah, you think.
As a way of making them appear as
Fuck, the world don't work like that, sadly, though. You know what I mean?
And in turn having
bullshit.
her arrested while they obtained custody of her children. It was an evil plan that was made so much worse when the fire spread too quickly, making the rescue of the children upstairs almost
I think these motherfuckers don't
and in his
understand.
desperate attempt to gain even more children
I don't think this motherfucker understands how fast fires spread. It's like my uncle today. He was trying to tell me, like, he's just like, you know, I think my fucking uncle today is trying to tell me, he's like, I'm telling him about working in the gas stations, and he's just, I was like, man, it's so stupid seeing people when they're talking on their cell phone, and they're like sitting there pumping gas because of those fumes. It could just like, you know, static electricity. All it takes is fucking little bit of static electricity, and boom, you're fucking done. You know. It's like if you have, let's say you're making cannabis oil inside your house and you start fucking shooting that butane and you walk over and you unplug your toaster. When you unplug your toaster, there's a little bit of static electricity. It creates a little bit of a spark, you know what I mean? And that's all it takes. And my uncle is sitting there, he's like, I think it's all just bullshit. And I'm showing him videos, literal videos on YouTube of people talking on their phone, and next thing you know, they're just fucking dead. They just explode, you know what I mean? Because of the fucking, like, when they're sitting there feeling their car, they just fucking explode. He's like, yeah, see, man, this is just a bunch of propaganda. This is all fucking bullshit. Like, dude, are you fucking serious right now? He's like, yeah. And I'm like, man, I had to sit here and do a whole course on this shit. It's not bullshit, bro. Like, you're gonna fucking die. You're gonna kill someone. You put a grounding wire, exactly. One spark can fuck you. Exactly. You're dealing with way higher grade petrol than most people. Like yeah, you're on a way higher grade of petrol, bro. But I was just baffled. I was like, my uncle, you're fucking like, you can't be that fucking stupid, bro. Like, holy shit, you can't be that fucking stupid. Like, god damn, you're gonna kill some people, man. He didn't believe me though. He still didn't believe me. Is 100 low lead? Oh, okay. Okay. Interesting. Fuck. Uncle Cam, you fucking knob. Ah, right. Blimey. Must be scary being a driver on those field trucks. Nah, most of the time they don't give a fuck. Genuinely, most of them are just redneck fuckers who don't care.
Of his very own.
My uncle even says to me, he's just like, you want to know why I think that shit's bullshit? I've had a fucking gas canister of gas. I've had a gasoline canister before filled with gas, and I've took a lit cigarette and threw it right in that fucking gasoline can, and nothing happened.
None of whom knowing
and I'm just like, you are so full of fucking
and how
shit.
2 of them would eventually become murderers, all in an attempt to frame the other. It's unspeakably dark.
I was just sitting there thinking, buddy, you puffing on that cigarette, you're so full of fucking shit. Let's see, I get a fat cherry on that bitch and throw it in there.
There are a lot of
Ooh.
accusations and allegations
Fucking
about
bomb.
what's happening.
I'm going to do something that is unthinkable.
Our next case is by far the most requested
Fucking
topic that I've ever
retarded,
received on
bro.
this channel.
That was like the dumbest shit I'd ever heard too. I was like, tell me you're lying without telling me you're lying.
It all started on the evening of June 25th, 2007.
Like, fuck.
The night in which the
You think so
WWE had
stupid.
been preparing to air a live 3-hour program.
Oh,
known
yo,
as Raw.
bummer. If the boss was here and Alex, oh my god, this would be perfect for those two. Aw. Shame.
The event was set to feature their usual star-studded list of wrestlers going head-to-head in Corpus Christi, Texas. Though the morning of, out of the group of those star wrestlers, one man was missing. Chris Benoit. According to fellow wrestler Chavo Guerrero, he had received a voicemail from Benoit 2 days prior, where he was told that Benoit's wife Nancy and son Daniel had come down with food poisoning, before telling another co-worker the following day that Nancy was so sick that she had been vomiting blood.
Yeah, you can't do it with petrol though.
Following morning, he received
He's saying he's filled it up with petrol,
some
bro.
simply stating
You know
his
what I'm saying?
address, and another giving directions to where the dogs were being kept.
You
How
can't
the
do
side
it
door
with
to the
diesel.
house
No,
was
definitely
left
not.
unlocked.
Diesel, you have to
Texts that were
like
sent
actually
around 3
ignite.
a.m.
You know what I
and
mean?
ignored by
But
Guerrero, as he knew he had
petrol,
received Benoit
nah,
in just a few
not with
hours,
petrol, bro.
given that he was going to be picking him
Yeah,
up
petrol. That's
from
what
the
I'm saying. Like he probably was talking about diesel, maybe actually. But I'm talking straight. Like I'm talking gas. Talking gas.
Good evening. In reality, WWE superstar Chris Benoit, his wife Nancy, and their son Daniel are dead.
With the program growing nearer on the 25th, news would be relayed to the WWE that Chris Benoit, along with Nancy and Daniel, had been found dead within their home. The news came as a shock to the entirely scheduled Raw event. The decision was made to cancel the matches and instead showcase a tribute to the famed wrestler who so suddenly lost his life. And so on the evening of June 25th, 2007, the WWE would reflect on some of Chris Benoit's best moments in the circuit, along with their biggest stars giving personal accounts of just how much Benoit meant to them, with it all happening live and in real time the very night that Chris was found dead. Throughout the program, wrestlers like Stone Cold Steve Austin, John Cena, and CM Punk, who was originally scheduled to fight Benoit that night, shared heartfelt memories of just how good a man Chris Benoit truly was, emphasizing his talent,
Little
work
did they
ethic,
know he
and
murdered
the love he had
everyone
for his
in that
family.
house, including himself.
There was respect. It meant everything to him. Respect for this business, respect for the fans, respect for the wrestlers, respect for his family, respect for himself.
And for a moment, this all seemed to be exactly what the wrestling world needed, to bring everyone together in remembrance. But near the end, a shift seemed to occur following an interview given by William Regal, whose comments towards Benoit felt far more reserved than the others before him, who poured their hearts out over their fallen friend.
At a later date, I'll be quite happy to sit here and tell you all the things about Chris Benoit that I'd like to tell you. But now all I'm willing to say is that Chris Benoit was undoubtedly the hardest working man in professional wrestling.
According to some watching the program, the interview did feel a bit out of place, and apparently slightly threw off the vibe of the remaining show, as things felt far more stiff and reserved than at its opening.
Shocking,
and there was
huh?
good reason for this. When Regal was preparing to do this live interview, he was allegedly approached by fellow wrestler John Layfield, who pulled him aside and asked, "You think he had anything to do with it?" Initially, the thought had never even crossed his mind. In fact, he had a heartfelt message fully prepared to read in the moments leading to his interview. But something about that question made him pause, leading to his subsequent words being rather short and
Cooking
cautious,
oil, yeah.
as the hesitation led to the creeping thought
Yeah,
of,
I know.
what if
Yeah,
he
that's
really
pretty
did have
crazy.
something
I
to
didn't
do
know
with
about the
it?
vodka, but the
A
cooking
thought
oil,
that
I knew
very
that.
few at the time had even considered, which looking back seems so surreal. As for those familiar with the case, you know exactly where this is headed.
I have no clue. I'm just assuming the guy killed everyone in the
We
fucking
are
house, including
now looking
himself.
at this case and ruling it as a double homicide, suicide. Evidence in the home leads us to believe that Mr. Benoit had murdered his wife by asphyxiation. Sometime shortly after that, the same for his son
With pure
Daniel.
vodka, that's pretty crazy.
Over the
The
previous
fuck?
days before Chris's
That's
treatment
actually
was
pretty
aired,
nuts.
he would be the one to take the lives of his wife, son, and eventually himself. Benoit did so by drugging and strangling his son and wife, while leaving Bibles by their side, seemingly as a result of some type of mental breakdown. To this day, an exact motive is still not fully understood, but it likely had to do with a combination of multiple factors, with the most glaring being the head trauma that Benoit had suffered as a result of his profession. As following his death, Benoit's brain was studied by a neurologist who would go on to state that Benoit's brain was so severely damaged, it resembled the brain of an 85-year-old Alzheimer's patient.
Damn.
The gruesome scene uncovered at the family home
pretty
by the
fucked
hands of
up.
Chris Benoit makes this whole memorial program for him just seem so much more chilling, as not even 24 hours later, the man that was being so highly praised as a lovely
Dude, imagine
family
being in the
would be revealed to have been the
WWE and you
one
just go out
behind
and
his
you
own
just give
family's
this,
murder.
you know, gut-wrenching speech straight from your fucking heart. You just like spilling your guts out like, oh, I love this man. You would never do this. Great family guy. Gotta get the guy that did it. Dun, 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 dun. He does it. Like, what the fuck? What do you do then? That's a terrible PR
And as
move.
disturbing as this all is, there's plenty of other chilling moments left behind by Benoit, with perhaps none more eerie than the promo he shot for another Raw event just a few years before his death.
How'd your kids hide your wife?
My wife and my children will not be watching Raw. Because I am going to do something that is unthinkable. I'm going to leave you with my anger. Sleep well.
Seems like a nice guy.
July 7th, 2012.
Si dicen la verdad hasta el final, podrían ganar 50,000 soles.
Television host Beto Ortiz opens up the very first episode of a brand new TV show called El Valor de la Verdad, or The Value of Truth. Throughout its airtime, the show would challenge contestants to answer a series of questions honestly, while strapped to a polygraph test. The test then monitors if the person is telling the truth or not, and with each correct answer, you earn more and more money, until you either choose not to answer a question, or until you're caught lying. Though there was a catch. The questions would get increasingly more difficult and embarrassing, and all the while you're answering them, you're seated directly next to your loved ones, with whom the questions were often based around. The
Yo,
whole
fuck.
program is incredibly cringe-inducing, but in a way that you
Give me
can't
that
quite take
money.
your eyes off. And in Peru, The Value of Truth was poised to become a breakout hit, thanks in large part to the success of this very first episode. In it, we're introduced to the contestant Ruth Thalia Sea Sanchez, a
Yo,
19-year-old call
Bates.
center employee hoping to gain fame from the show, while
What's up,
being
big
accompanied
dog?
by her parents and boyfriend Brian Romero Lavea. And they could not have selected a better inaugural participant. Up until this point, Ruth had lived her life in a state of poverty, and the type of money offered by the program would be life-changing for both herself and her family. Which
Like,
might
have you ever
explain her
married anyone?
openness on air,
Yep.
as throughout the entire program, Ruth answers each and every question with painful honesty. In one moment, she admits that she wishes that she were white, and in another, she stated how she was often embarrassed by her parents' manners, which she says as they sat directly across from her. You can feel the tension as each answer seems to drive a dagger into her parents' hearts, eventually leaving her mother in tears. And it only gets more painful from here as she was asked, "Are you with your crush until someone better arrives?" To which she says, yes, with her boyfriend watching on just feet away. And following this, the questions would become more and more intrusive, with Ruth eventually having to admit that in order to pay her bills, she worked at a nightclub as a stripper, which was news to all of her loved ones who sat there stunned by the revelation.
Bro, this is
especially
TV.
her boyfriend Brian.
Dude, this is TV gold. What the fuck? Dude, imagine. Dude, this. Dude, this is fucking. Whoever came up with the idea of this game show, give them a fucking raise, man. That shit left me speechless. That is fucking G. G unit. Like, what the fuck?
A revelation that leads us to Ruth's final question, and the most painful one of all. Have you ever accepted money in exchange for sex? A question which she would answer, yes, before promptly ending her time on the show 3 questions away from the finale.
Me retiro.
Se retira.
Me retiro.
The whole ordeal left everyone, including the audience, completely stunned. On one hand, many applauded Ruth for being so honest, and on the other, she was criticized for putting her family, and her boyfriend specifically, through this embarrassing...
Fucking, I mean, like, dude, can't consider that like a favor from God if I were the boyfriend.
questions, broadcast for the whole country to see. The cringe-inducing episode became so popular that the station supposedly aired it each weekend for a staggering 12 weeks straight. The show and Ruth herself became instant phenomenons, and in a sense, this did bring Ruth some of the fame that she so desperately desired, making appearances on multiple news programs in the following weeks, and becoming a legitimate household name in Peru. And the finances helped her situation too, as she walked away with 15,000 sols, or about $5,800 back then.
Oh, fuck
For
off.
a moment, it seemed as if the pain of releasing all this private information might have actually been worth it. Until the day she vanished.
Her boyfriend fucking kill her?
Out of nowhere, Ruth suddenly went radio silent, missing appointments and failing to answer her phone while her home sat vacant. For 10 days straight, there was no sign of the young star, prompting a massive search of the area she lived in, with those same loved ones that had accompanied her on the Value of Truth helping lead the search efforts.
Nah, it's
Until
definitely a
eventually,
boyfriend.
police would happen across her lifeless body, buried in a shallow grave. She had died of asphyxiation, a clear-cut case of murder, and there was only ever one suspect. Just before Ruth had vanished, she would make an appearance on TV, in which she appeared lower energy than normal, expressing her sadness in the fact that her and her boyfriend Brian had broken up, likely as a result of the embarrassment brought about by the show. And with this in mind, Brian had been questioned about his role in her disappearance, and eventually admit to everything. Angered by the embarrassment that Ruth had caused him in front of the entire nation, and feeling as if he was owed a certain percentage of the money that Ruth had earned, Brian would visit Ruth's home and drug her with sleeping pills, before proceeding to assault her, and eventually hang her. He would then bury her body in the hopes that she would never be found. Years later, Brian would be found guilty of Ruth's murder and receive the punishment of life in prison.
Rightfully so.
Despite its very first episode leading to a prolific murder case, The Value of Truth remained a hit show for years to follow, until it would eventually fizzle out and be taken off the air, leaving in its wake a multitude of embarrassing memories and one of the darkest moments.
Bro, that's actually a
history.
great fucking story. Well, not for her, obviously. But, like, bro, that fucking show, man, would be legendary, I swear to God. Absolutely legendary. Alright, I just want to finish this task. I got 39 more of these fuckers to kill. Let's kill this bitch. Get this bitch. Come on, ho.
January 11th, 2001, famed Brazilian actress, model, and singer Xuxa lands her prop spaceship on the stage of a Brazilian TV set and begins her show the way she always does. The program, titled Xuxa Park, was a hit for the Ready Global Network, targeting a demographic of young children with its over-the-top dance numbers, fun games, and immersive futuristic sets. Premiering back in the summer of '94, Xuxa Park had shown little signs of slowing down by the turn of the century, and seemed poised for a long, impressive run, barring any unforeseen disaster. On this particular day, 300 children were in attendance to watch or participate in the show's activities. Xuxa's infectious energy led the way from segment to segment as they played games, showed cartoons, and of course sang their songs. And by the end of the episode, the crew had all gathered on stage to perform one last musical number, to end things off with a bang. And evidently, that's exactly what would happen. This frame was taken just over 1 minute later, revealing all that remained of the set, as within that impossibly short window of time, the once bright and inviting scenery was turned to a pitch-black, unrecognizable hellscape, barely comprehensible to the camera that was also just mere moments away from being swallowed by the flames, but not before it would capture the carnage firsthand. In the blink of an eye, the spaceship which Xuxa had rode in on and was moments away from re-entering to leave the set would catch fire, all while the dancers continued their performance, unaware of the emerging danger behind them. A member of the staff quickly enters the frame in an attempt to extinguish the flames, but it was already too late. As just a few seconds after the spark, the entire ship was engulfed by the blaze, causing a mass panic on the set. Worst of all, directly next to the fiery ship, and just barely out of view of the camera, was the show's signature Ferris wheel, which kids would ride during the program, including during this very moment. As the fire raged, one boy was trapped in his seat, helpless to the danger unfolding around him. And noticing this, a group of brave people on scene began desperately trying to free him, which can just barely be seen on the left-hand side of the screen.
I wondered what they were running at originally. I seen them running that way, and I was like, why are they running over there? Damn.
Proved successful, as he was eventually freed from a seat and carried to safety. The fire was later determined to have started by an electrical short circuit, and the set would soon be completely turned to ash and rubble. But as for the nearly 300 children and numerous staff on scene, despite multiple injuries, everyone had somehow managed to escape the building with their lives.
I was
with
gonna
the only
say, like,
reported
no one should
fatality
really die.
being the show itself, as this would be the last episode ever filmed, with Shusha Park being swiftly cancelled. Thankfully, this moment saw all parties involved survive the ordeal, a rarity in the world of disturbing television moments, though it does highlight just how quickly things can go downhill when the cameras are rolling, and when these dark moments ultimately happen, all we can really do is watch.
Something happened that turned this video into a horror movie.
No water right now. Your 3-year-old daughter is what?
De aquel suicidio que mencionamos al principio.
If there's one lesson you can learn from my channel, it's that the internet can be a dark and unforgiving place, and unfortunately it's become all too easy for data brokers to find our personal information.
Shut
like
the
our
fuck
full
up with
legal
the ads, boy.
There are very few manners of death that strike fear among us as much as the horrifying prospect of being buried alive. The dark, claustrophobic nature of it, slowly losing oxygen with not a thing in the world to
Yeah,
do to
Rocky's
stop it.
passed right out
It just strikes a chilling
downstairs.
chord with so many.
He doesn't
However,
sleep
with
upstairs
this
with me
fear
anymore. He
arose
always
a
sleeps
unique
downstairs in my
opportunity
dad's
for those
chair.
looking to make a spectacle. Rather than running from this mortal fear, a select few magicians and daredevils have tried their hand at the challenge of being buried alive, by not just surviving, but escaping. The trick was popularized by arguably the greatest magician of all time, Harry Houdini, who tried his hand at the stunt on a few separate occasions, the first of which would see him narrowly escape a casket buried under 6 feet of dirt by breaking through the surface with his fist, only to fall unconscious before he could complete the trick, with the stunt almost ending in his death. From there, he would be buried again on 2 separate occasions, surviving both for well over an hour, but never being able to fully pull himself out, and in turn pull off the seemingly impossible. Houdini did have plans to give it one more try in 1927, when he believed the stunt would finally be completed, but sadly he would pass away before getting the opportunity. Because of this, the trick is acted as somewhat of a magnum opus for any magician able to pull off the feat, a feat that even the great Houdini himself couldn't accomplish. And so, on the 66th anniversary of his death, American escape artist Bill Shirk would honor the late magician by attempting to do just that. For the stunt, Shirk would add extra elements of flair, upping the danger by being handcuffed and having cement poured over top of the casket as opposed to just dirt. And to pull him up from the ground, seemingly in a moment of clarity,
This guy is fucking.
Shirk was able to escape this trick with his life. Not everyone has been so lucky. 2 years prior to Shirk's run-in with death,
Natural fucking selection.
entrapped beneath that dirt, surrounded by cheering fans, his parents, and a TV camera, the Amazing Joe would lose his life, ironically within a coffin, buried 6 feet under.
Well,
They have been administering.
Sporting events are no stranger to disturbing TV moments, from hockey players having their throats cut open,
Oh, folks, this is ugly. Richard Zedek is cut wide open.
to a football player suffering cardiac arrest right there on the field,
They have been administering CPR through.
in any sort of danger as they sit by watching the game. Though sadly it does happen from time to time, with perhaps the most notable example being the story of Shannon Stone.
Is that the guy
Shannon
that
was a
fell off the
39-year-old
thing? Yeah,
firefighter
yeah,
who,
yeah.
on the 7th of July 2011, took his son Cooper to watch
Texas
a Texas
game.
Rangers game in Arlington. This was the perfect bonding opportunity for the duo. If you spend any considerable amount of time here on YouTube, then chances are you're at least somewhat familiar with the show To Catch a Predator. During its run on Dateline, the show was incredibly popular, with its host Chris Hansen being launched into stardom for his role exposing pedophiles on the internet.
How you doing? Should you have a seat over in that chair, please?
At the time, there was really nothing else like this on TV, and was widely viewed as one of the most entertaining shows out there. which has caused it to find a second life here on YouTube, as re-uploads of its episodes have been viewed as many as 50 million plus times. To this day, the show remains immensely popular, and during its television run, the same was true, which led me to wonder how or why it was ever taken off the air. I mean, it was entertaining, popular, and with the internet exploding in recent years...
Because, like, one guy got caught
seemingly
in Congress and ended up fucking committing
Yet somehow,
suicide.
this show only lasted 3 years. And that's when I realized
And then
that
his
there's
family
actually
sued
a
them.
very specific reason why To Catch a Predator was pulled from the air. And it's one of the darker TV stories I've ever heard.
Not really that
During the
dark,
fall
dude.
of
Was a fucking creep.
2007, Perverted
Deserved
Justice,
everything
the
he
team that
got.
To Catch a Predator used to find their predators, had set up a decoy account on MySpace, posing as a 13-year-old boy. And before long, another user had taken the bait, reaching out to the fake child in the hopes of sparking an intimate relationship. According to the user's account, he was a 19-year-old college student that happened to live in the same area. However, upon doing some light digging, the Perverted Justice team discovered that the man was actually in his late 50s. His name was Louis Condrat, and although his behavior was similar to essentially all other predators in the show's run, sending explicit messages and pornographic images, despite knowing he was speaking to a child, Louis was different in one respect. It seems that Condrat was in a position of power, working as a chief felony assistant district attorney for Rockwall County. This was setting up to be To Catch a Predator's biggest catch to date, and exposing him would not only mean bringing him to justice, but also bringing in great ratings for the show. Though there was one major issue.
They started exposing the people in power, bud. And then they're just like, yo, we gotta get this show shut down right away.
Hey, what are you doing?
You know?
What are you doing?
Nothing.
No?
No, I was looking up to see how to get to where you are.
Still thinking about me?
Yeah, where's your right hand?
It's in my pocket.
In your pocket?
Mm-hmm.
What are you doing with your right hand in your pocket?
Louis stopped responding
Okay,
and
that's
seemed to
enough of that.
recognize the grave error he was making, and began deleting all content from his account. And as a few days passed, it was clear that Louis was not going to be visiting their sting house, which meant no program and no justice. However, the To Catch a Predator team was not going to let this go easily, with the crew coming up with a plan that had never been done before in the history of the show. They were going to bring the program to Condrat. And so on November 5th, Hansen and his crew would visit Condrat's house with a group of officers and an arrest and search warrant. This would not be without controversy though, as the warrants supposedly contained wrong information like the wrong county and the wrong date, meaning that they would likely struggle to hold up in court and probably should have never been acted on. Despite this, the crew urged law enforcement to act anyway, rushing the ordeal to assure they got their guy. And so the police agreed, first calling Condrat and then knocking on his door for multiple hours, though neither attempt saw any results. And growing impatient with the whole ordeal, they then called in the SWAT team to surround and eventually breach the house, which they would do around 3 p.m., barging into the home and surrounding Condrat at gunpoint. As this was all happening, To Catch a Predator had their cameras trained on the outside of the home, awaiting the shot of Condrat being ushered into a cop car and driven away, unaware that this time, things were going to end much differently.
Yeah, fucking homie shot
Inside,
himself.
Condrat would yell to the officers, "I'm not gonna hurt anybody," before brandishing his pistol, and rather than pointing it at the officers, he instead pointed it at himself.
The officers line up in formation and head to the back of the house. Then we hear a faint crack. The officers force their way in. For almost 5 minutes, we don't see or hear anything. Then Lieutenant Adina Barber of the Murphy Police Department comes out and tells us what happened.
As they made entry, they confronted the suspect. I believe he was in the hallway, and he told them he wasn't going to hurt them. And then,
And he had a pistol in his hand.
This single gunshot would essentially mark the end of To Catch a Predator, as in the time following, NBC would be hit with a $105 million lawsuit from Condrat's own sister. And though this lawsuit was settled privately with undisclosed conditions, the show was already on death's door, which was not helped by the national media dogpiling on To Catch a Predator, as well as Perverted Justice.
But now there are
You know what's pretty crazy to me? The fact that people are complaining about catching predators, and it's the media that seems to be pushing it. You know what I'm saying? The media was pushing it that was a bad program to watch. Why? Why were they doing that? Maybe the people at the top realized, oh shit, they're getting a little close to catching us. Like, fuck, we could get baited here. Saying.
Questions about what goes on behind the scenes.
Whose sting was this? The police departments or the vigilantes hired by Dateline?
You don't have the full transcripts?
I don't know. That's exactly part of my problem. The police department can't tell me whether or not I have the full transcripts.
Did your arresting officers, did they see the chats before they made the arrest? In some
They shouldn't have got a penny? No.
Entire chats?
He's a fucking pedophile piece of shit, abusing his power.
Successful prosecution. Charges have been dropped against every single person arrested in the Murphy sting.
With these claims causing some to believe that the show was more interested in entertainment rather than justice. And whether that's true or not, To Catch a Predator would be cancelled, marking a tragic end to one of the strangest, yet most compelling TV shows ever to be broadcast, thanks solely to this grim moment.
I hope they bring that back one day, that'd be so amazing.
As evident by the first batch of cases in this video, many of the darkest moments in TV history come from shocking accidents or overall disturbing events that play out for the cameras to see. However, there are a select few examples where television moments only really become dark long after they're aired and more context is given. For example, in our first installment of the series, we discussed Renard Spivey.
Renard.
Look at him though, he look mad. You don't look happy, brother. You don't look happy.
In that moment, that black guy's like, he knows. He knows. That bleep knows.
After making an appearance on television, with one joke at his expense during this time aging like milk. The concept of killers finding their way onto TV is one that I've recently become fascinated by, with the case always being brought up in tandem with this conversation being the dating
game killer.
In 1978, a man named Rodney Alcala had found his way onto the popular show The Dating Game, earning a date with Cheryl Bradshaw above all other contestants. However, this date would never actually materialize, as upon meeting him away from the cameras, Cheryl found the man to be creepy and ultimately declined to speak with him any further. And as it turns out, that decision may have saved her life.
Or killed another woman.
Which this episode was shot and aired, Rodney was in the midst of a massive killing spree, ending the lives of at least 8 people that we know of, though many claim his true number of victims is shockingly closer to 130, due to the fact that they had found a stash of over 1,000 photographs detailing women, young boys, and men that Rodney had taken, many of which are believed to have been unidentified victims of him. And what makes this all the more chilling is the fact that Rodney had told the show that he was a photographer, and it was even mentioned during the program.
Now let's see, Baxter number 1 is a successful photographer who got his start when his father found him in the dark room at the age of 13, fully developed.
Given the shocking nature of this case, it's really no wonder why it's become so popular.
Sounds like he was molested by his father.
But surprisingly, there are quite a few examples of killers finding their way onto our TV screens that have happened within the past decade alone. And one that even happened within just days of writing this script. One obscure example comes from the show Celebrity MasterChef, where in the background we can see an inconspicuous man serving food cooked by the contestants of the show. The man was one of a dozen unnamed chefs, just helping out typically out of view of the camera, but for this one split second, and likely to the recognition of no one, we see him. This man's name is Stephen Port, a 40-year-old living in South London, who has since come to be known as the Grindr Killer. Stephen is responsible for the deaths of 4 men he met on the Grindr app, all of whom he had lured to his flat and poisoned with fatal doses of GHB, before going on to violate and then dump their corpses. With these murders transpiring not long after this moment was broadcast for the world to see, making me wonder just how many other killers have appeared in glimpses on TV that have not yet been recognized. Maybe they were walking in a crowd or panned over at a sporting event, hiding in plain sight.
Yeah, they say
The
you
killers
walk
don't
by
just get
an
shown as
average of
background
like
characters,
20
or as one-off
people
contestants for just a single
that
episode.
have commit murder in your
Sometimes they are
life just walking
permanently
on the
etched in the
street.
show's history.
On
In the
average.
summer of 2020, Food Network began airing a season of Worst Cooks in America, one of their more popular shows, and this one was set to be a big one, as it marked the program's
big
4th
Juan.
season. The competition was all in good fun, with lots of humorous and memorable moments,
Big Juan.
leading to the eventual finale on the 2nd of July. And in that episode, the fan favorite Ariel Robinson would take home the crown as winner of the show.
God damn
along
it,
with
bro!
a
I
grand
can't
prize of
fucking.
$25,000. However, if you were to look for this season today, let's say on demand, on streaming services, or even on TV, you would be left with no results, as its existence has been practically wiped from the face of the earth. And given what happened after the season ended, this comes as little surprise. Upon winning the competition, Ariel Robinson settled back into her normal life with her husband, Jerry, and after securing life-changing funds from the show, the couple made the admirable decision to foster a young girl named Victoria, whom they eventually decided to officially adopt in January of 2021. On the 6th of the month, just over a week before the adoption
I gotta
was
go
set to
get a
be
Q-tip.
finalized, Ariel would take to Twitter.
I gotta go get a Q-tip and poke this little bitch clean, but I gotta pause that because I want to hear what they do. Like, I want to hear what happens with this. I'm invested in this one already. Holy fuck, boys. That was harder than expected. Giggity giggity goo. That's what she said. You know what I'm saying? Alright, let's hear what these fuckers do.
To boast about her parenting, stating, "I'm a mama bear and I'll do anything to protect my children and make sure their futures are equally bright." A statement that seemed in line with her already stellar reputation as being a fun-loving, good person who dedicated her life to loving her kids.
Is she not a
However,
fun,
no one could have
fun and
imagined
good loving
the
person?
devastating turn this family was heading for. 5 days after
Where's my
Victoria's
Bing?
adoption, Ariel's husband, Jerry, would dial 911 stating,
You have an emergency. Our daughter is unresponsive. She's drunk a lot of water. We're trying to pump like CPR to get out. Our 3-year-old daughter's choking on water right now.
Your 3-year-old daughter is what?
Choking on water right now. We need help immediately.
Okay, we'll get help on the way.
This led to emergency responders rushing to the scene where the young girl was found unresponsive on the floor of her bedroom and was soon after declared dead. Across her body were countless bruises which Ariel claimed to have been from their attempts at CPR. Though bizarrely, during the whole ordeal, her story would quickly change, as she soon began blaming her 7-year-old son, whom she stated had a history of anger issues, believing potentially he had killed her. Already, something very strange was happening with the situation, and it only became more bizarre when a forensic pathologist confirmed that Victoria had died not from choking, but from blunt force injuries and internal bleeding, essentially meaning that her death was no accident. This launched a full-scale investigation into the couple, where it would later be discovered that on the day before her death, Victoria had gotten sick at church, causing Ariel to undress her and make her walk out of the building in just her underwear, telling her, "Oh, you're cold, you're cold. Girls that make themselves throw up deserve to be cold." This anger seemingly boiled over the next morning, where, ironically, Victoria was refusing to eat pancakes that Ariel had cooked. which led to Ariel grabbing her, dragging her up the stairs, and beating her with a paddle. According to Jerry, who was working in the backyard at the time, he could hear the beating from outside, claiming that it lasted almost an hour, though he
Holy
did nothing
shit.
to stop it. And as a result, Victoria began to bleed internally, and later would pass away due to the traumatic injuries she had suffered.
Man, you know, I could understand it, like a whooping on the ass or something like that, you know what I mean? But to beat a kid for an hour, you have to have, like, fucking hate in your heart, bro. You know what I mean? Like, a whooping on the ass, I can understand. Again, parents used to kick my fucking ass. I turned out pretty, you know, I like to think alright. Some may differ. Some people's opinions may differ on that, but I like to think I turned out alright. But to beat them for an hour, you're just fucked in the brain. Zombie, what's good, dog?
When it was all said and done, Ariel Robinson was arrested and will now spend the rest of her life in prison, so soon after her triumphant win on Worst Cooks. Since the news initially broke on this, the entirety of season 20 has been removed from the internet and has been wiped from the show's history. But for me, one of the most chilling moments in Ariel's history on
You know what's hilarious? The season 20, you can still watch it, I guarantee.
television came soon after her victory, when a local news station would come to her home for an interview.
But now I truly am not the worst cook in America.
But she is the winner of Food Network's Worst Cooks in America season 20.
Yes, I am putting mayo in a glove.
Ariel Robinson lives in Simpsonville.
We're inside. We see a sign proudly displayed by Ariel, touting her as the #1 mom. Soon after, this same local news station would become the leading reporters on her murder case.
Nice.
Despite this all transpiring within just a few years, this
That's
surprisingly is not
so
even the
fucked.
most recent example of a killer being prominently featured on TV, as news broke of this final example just days ago. In January of 2020, the widely popular show Family Feud featured the Bleefnick family, who would go on to win the episode and leave a few iconic moments in its wake, with the most relevant coming from this man, Timothy Bleefnick. During one of the segments, the question was posed, "What is your biggest mistake you made at your wedding?" To which Timothy responds with,
Honey, I love you, but said I do. Not my mistake. Not my mistake. I love my wife. I'm gonna get in trouble for that, aren't I?
If you've seen the show before, you know that this type of humor is the norm, and jokes like this are made in virtually every single episode. But this one would later take on a much more sinister
Still waiting
tone
for the trans
due to events that
remaster.
unfolded not long after the show had aired. Around
Doing
a
it
year
all
after
himself,
Timothy's
or
moment in the limelight,
there's already
he
been
and
a
his wife
Bus Tipo
Rebecca would
remaster, like a
actually
couple of them.
separate, not officially divorcing, but living in separate homes and seemingly not getting along either, as it was recently revealed that Rebecca had filed for a restraining order against both Timothy as well as his father, a clear indication that she believed her life was in some sort of danger. Fast forward to February of 2023, and the two were finally making headway on finalizing an official divorce, before on the 23rd day of the month, gunshots rang out from Rebecca's home.
Police say
Hung.
Rebecca Bleefnick was found by a family member Thursday. Police say she had been shot multiple times.
When police arrived on scene, Rebecca was sadly no longer alive, and it wouldn't take long for investigators to turn their sights on Timothy. On March 13th, police would arrest the now 39-year-old in connection with his soon-to-be ex-wife's death, charging him with 2 counts of first-degree murder and blaming him for the shooting that took place at her home, with his mugshot showing him as completely unrecognizable to the man we saw on TV just
He does
years
look a little
before.
different.
The whole situation is incredibly disturbing, and what makes it even worse is just how beloved Timothy and his family were in their hometown. I mean, they literally had community watch parties to cheer on the family that can still be found
That's
here on
pretty
YouTube.
crazy. You know what we call that, boys? We call that the power of the pussy, bro. That shit will drive you insane.
Tragic. And given everything that's happened since the show aired, and since Timothy said
Power
this
of the
iconic
pussy.
joke,
Note
it's
it,
very
ship
possible
it,
that there
clip
was at
it.
least some truth to his words.
And then it's just a start, but we'll see what happens soon enough. Word,
Our
word,
final entry
word.
takes us
Be
to the
cool.
tragic passing of 15-year-old Yoandra Martine back in November of 1992.
I need to get another
The young girl had
controller.
recently discovered that she was 13 weeks pregnant, much to the disappointment of her family.
If I get a controller, I'm gonna try and do 163.5.
and subsequently ended her life as a result,
Oh, what the
which
fuck?
momentarily thrusted her parents, Maritza Martin and Emilio Nunez, into the public eye. The two
Whoa,
had been
whoa. I gotta go back. I gotta listen to this again. What the fuck happened?
the disappointment of her family, and subsequently ended her life as a result, which momentarily thrusted her parents,
She killed her.
Maritza Martin and Emilio.
I'll go back
there
further
was at
than that.
least some.
Sorry.
Our final entry takes us to the tragic passing of 15-year-old Yoandra Martin back in November of 1992. The young girl had recently discovered that she was 13 weeks pregnant, much to the disappointment of her family, and subsequently ended her life as a result.
So she took her life because she was pregnant. Have you just found another girl? He could have just found another girl. Yeah.
Thrusted her parents,
Power of the
Maritza
pussy, bro.
Martin and Emilio Nunez,
You know what I mean?
into the public eye. The two had been
It's like the
separated since
American
before she was
mindset,
even
bro. Once you
born,
conquer
with
it, you
Maritza
think you
gaining
own
full
it.
custody, something that Emilio would later claim she had used to keep his daughter away from him, as
Know what
the
I'm
two
saying?
supposedly spent very little time together. As a result, Nunez began publicly blaming Maritza for the death of their daughter, claiming that she
Maritza.
and her new husband had been abusive towards her, and had even struck her upon discovering she was pregnant. Making matters worse, Nunez would go on to allege that Maritza never even told him that their daughter had died, and had only found out an hour before the funeral from a friend.
Excuse me.
Now, I want to stress that there is absolutely no information I could find to fully confirm any of what Nunez was claiming.
I've never used a
With many
PS5
elements of
controller,
Nunez's
so I was thinking of
story,
maybe
the
buying a
jury is still
PS5
out,
controller.
though in his own mind,
Giving
this
it a
truly
go.
seems to be what he believed. And this is where the dark side of television began to rear its ugly head. For whatever reason, the news station Ocorio Asi had decided to cover Emilio's allegations against Maritza, seemingly taking his word
Maritza.
at face value and launching a full-scale
Maritza.
story into the case. It started with Emilio being interviewed by a reporter from the station named Ingrid Cruz, which transpired in the vicinity of his daughter's grave. During the questioning, Ingrid would ask him things like, "What would you tell your daughter if she was still alive? And how did you feel when you saw your dead daughter in the casket?" Her questions were clearly crossing the line, and things would only get worse from here, as while they were filming this segment, Maritza herself had arrived on location to Yoandra's final resting place.
Doña Maritza.
Maritza.
Maritza, ¿me daría una reacción para ocurrió así, por favor? Sobre la muerte de su hija Yoandra. Una reacción de usted.
Upon her arrival, Nunez immediately removed himself from the situation, and Maritza was instead swarmed by Cruz, who began bombarding her with questions, each of which were ignored, as she clearly was uncomfortable and didn't want to speak to the cameras, and was just trying to get to her daughter's grave.
Quiero saber por qué.
¿Por qué? Bro, tell me she shoots her.
It's clear in the footage that tensions were rising by the second, as it seemed apparent that Cruz was clearly attempting to provoke her into any sort of reaction, until suddenly, the unthinkable happened.
Su hija tomó esa decisión de quitarse la vida. Usted no tiene nada que decir.
In a split second, and out of absolutely nowhere, we see Nunez charge back into frame, as though he initially appeared to be doing the responsible thing by walking away from the conflict,
Yeah.
yet instead actually returned to his car, with the sole purpose of retrieving his pistol, which he would then use to shoot Maritza over and over and over again, all while the camera was still rolling.
They shot her in the head, though.
Hey, get in the car. You just shot a woman, possibly coming after us. He's psychotic, man. Where am I? What funeral home am I at?
¿Cómo se llama esto?
Where am I at? Where he shot?
Maritza would be shot a total of 12 times, and in turn her life would come to an end.
No
as Nunez
shit.
stood over her yelling, "I should have done this a long time ago." When the smoke cleared, Nunez would be arrested and sentenced to life with a possibility of parole in 25 years. And what's most frustrating is just how avoidable this really seemed to be. Maritza herself had actually requested a restraining order against Nunez not long before her murder, but was surprisingly denied, as police stated that it would only anger him more. With this happening despite the fact that police were already well aware of Nunez's violent temper, as authorities were literally called on scene for Yuandra's funeral, as Nunez had threatened to kill other members of the family. He was obviously a very troubled man, who following the loss of his daughter, needed help more than anything. Yet even after all this one news station decided to not only platform him, but to provoke him, right before the two had crossed paths, leaving us with one of the darkest moments to ever transpire in the history of television.
Yeah, these videos are crazy.
I just wanted to let you guys know that I have the less censored version of these videos on Patreon.
Fuck you, bro. I ain't paying for shit. Suck my cock. Ain't paying for nothing.
Make Halloween fun with one-stop shopping
The
at
sharper you want your memories, the more you need.
Bro, this task is so long. Like my penis. So long.
2 feet.
Jesus.
Everything you need for Halloween fun now at Walgreens. 4 feet. 5 feet.
It's the light.
What did they just say right there?
14 feet. 5 feet.
It's the light.
What?
3 feet. Everything you need for Halloween fun now at Walgreens.
How homeboy slipped that one across?
It's the light. He came home.
What the fuck?
15 feet.
I'm at the corner.
You guys hear that?
August 4th, 2021. A New Jersey police officer named John Nunez pulls over a speeding car in the township of North Bergen at 1:49 in the morning. Inside the vehicle was a 27-year-old passenger named Alexis Rodriguez, who was accompanied by the driver, 24-year-old Luis Fernando Ceballos, whom the officer had witnessed driving down a heavily populated street going well over 100 miles per hour.
You can shut the car off and give me your license, registration, and insurance.
Trick or treat incident? What?
I know. That's why I stopped him. Yeah, that's why I'm stopping you for reckless driving, careless driving, speeding, and the lights you ran, okay? You were doing at least 100 on Kennedy Boulevard. All right, man? You almost struck my car because I was making a right turn. All right?
Luis's driving was reckless, to say the least, apparently almost striking the officer's car and several others as he sped through town, breaking numerous traffic laws.
How to make the right turn? Lights turning yellow and woof. The next light on 66, red. You're probably showing off for the girl.
Despite this, Officer Nunez was sympathetic to the pair, as they were young and they were even on their first date. And despite there being grounds for a harsh punishment in a case like this, he made the decision to issue only 3 tickets, assuming that this whole situation.
And let me guess, homeboy speeds off down the street and gets into another fucking car accident, both of them dead. Maybe him surviving and her dead. I'm assuming her dead, him surviving.
To never make the same mistake again, telling him that
Sorry, we're on a first date, me and her.
That's fine, but almost killing each other is not the way to start on a first date.
before leaving the couple with some final words of advice.
All right, man. Get home safe.
Nunez then turns back to his car as the couple drives off to continue their romantic evening elsewhere, hopefully this time in a much safer manner.
16 feet. 17 feet.
Yo, this is the same kid. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
At approximately 2:13 that very same morning, Officer John Nunez would be called to the scene of a nearby accident, only to arrive and discover that the car involved in the wreck.
Bro, that would fuck up that cop's life.
Just to let go.
That cop's life is never the same after that. He's like, fuck, dude. Every fucking person I catch speeding, I don't give a fuck. They're going under. You know what I mean? And he's not doing it because he's an asshole. See, I can understand how cops can become hardened assholes. You know what I mean? They let fucking people go like this. And then you know that it's just like, holy shit, I'm never letting that happen again. You know what I mean? I'm not like letting that ever happen again. So I'm taking it upon myself. If you're speeding, you're going to fucking jail. You know what I mean? I can understand how cops become assholes like that, seeing shit like this. That kind of just brought on like a whole new perspective in a sense for me.
In the
You know what I
vehicle,
mean?
now destroyed past the point of recognition, were Luis and Alexis, whose bodies were so mangled that just by looking from afar,
For your
Officer
safety, but they
Menez
don't always just
immediately
enforce the
knew
rules.
that the crash had been fatal.
We're gonna need a crash team, sir. Crash team, we need a crash team. That's the same car I just had. Fatal. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yo, that's the same car, bro. That's the same car, man.
See, you can hear it in his voice. This guy's fucked up for the rest of his life.
The
Like,
realization from the officer
he'll
is
never be the
devastating.
same.
As over the next 2 hours on the scene, you can hear him try and grapple with the situation, talking to fellow officers and even a paramedic, just trying to make sense of what had happened.
That's the same car I just had, Sarge. What happened? That's the same car I just had, man. What did you have? That I stopped him for speeding. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm good, I'm good. It's just, like, bro, I just told you, slow down, man. Like, you just stopped that car? Yeah, just hit him off with three. Like, oh, that was the same car? Yeah, I told him, like, bro, slow down. They're making
That's
me
so
get checked
sad.
out. But I'm fine, man. It sucks, like.
No, this guy is not fucking fine. Yeah, this guy isn't. Saying the N-word? Fair. But bro, that guy's not okay. He's fucked up mentally for the rest of his life. Guaranteed. Like, guaranteed.
For speeding?
Yeah.
Based on the knowledge and news reports
Can
that
I
have since
hit
been
this,
released,
man?
another driver had been backing his large semi-truck into a local business to make a delivery when suddenly the couple crashed into his vehicle. And as it turns out, this was far from a freak accident, as despite the warnings from Nunez, it appears that Luis took his words not as a lesson to be learned, but as further fuel for his ego, believing that he could get away with anything on the road. As evident by the fact that just 5 seconds before the crash, it was determined that Luis had been traveling at 124 miles per hour, even faster than before he was pulled over. The entire clip is genuinely heartbreaking.
Yeah,
and
it's
in the
super
end,
heartbreaking.
This deadly catastrophe serves as an all-too important reminder to drive safely on the road, as the video
Well, I hate
has since been
driving,
shared
bro. I'd
all
hate to
across
die
the
in a
internet,
car.
where it's since found a home here on the dark side of YouTube.
That's pretty crazy, though. Gotta admit, gotta admit.
Feet. Think. Slow down.
Costumes from $1.83 to $3.99.
If the valve was suddenly open and your arm was near.
Skeletons of strange animals litter the surf.
As evidenced by our first clip, the fairly mundane task of driving can quickly become life-altering
Need
within
12
just the
more?
blink of an eye. 1 minute you're cruising along enjoying your ride, and the next you're encountering something straight out of a nightmare. It's really no wonder why dashcam videos have become so popular throughout the horror space, showcasing horrific accidents, robberies, and all sorts of other disturbing moments. But back in 2019, a clip
Dude,
of a
no, the
serial
guy's
nature
putting up his
surfaced
hands. No, 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 rob me. Just fucking drive, idiot. Bro, I'd never want anyone in my car like that. No, 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 just fucking drive, bro.
On the 30th of
Hit
December
them if you have to.
2019, a motorist was enjoying
Hey,
a drive
what
on
the
Highway
fuck?
1 in San Francisco,
No, no,
California.
no.
The route took them high above the sea with an open
Not
cliff
me.
showing the vast beauty of the ocean. It's one of the most visually stunning routes in the entire country. But on this particular day, for this particular driver, the beauty of the landscape would be shattered by a fleeting
Like, you're either
glimpse
getting
of
fucking
something
held hostage or you're
utterly
getting shot with the AK. I'm getting shot with the AK and trying to get away. Like, these people.
That afternoon,
This is baffling to
police
me.
received a
Some people,
911
bro,
call
for
from a
fight or
driver
flight response.
stating that they
No,
had witnessed
no.
what they believed to be a car falling off the edge of the cliff face, which stood hundreds of feet above the water below. It happened in just a split second, almost too fast to fully comprehend, causing the driver to question whether what they saw was real or just a figment of their imagination. A question that would only be answered by the dash cam that just so happened to be rolling at the time of the incident.
What the fuck? Did you guys see that? Ooh.
The clip is concise, but it did in fact confirm the driver's account that a car had gone over the edge, as the footage cuts off almost exactly as the vehicle appears to go airborne, where it would have been met with a tragic drop into the rocky ocean below. And perhaps most disturbing of all is the speed at which the car was traveling, as it appears as if the brakes were never so much as touched.
No, not at all. Someone probably had a heart
Minutes
attack
of the
or something.
call, rescuers were already arriving on scene, where
You know
they
what I
would
mean?
discover tire tracks in the sandy dirt leading right off the edge of the cliff. Perhaps an unsurprising indication that the car had actually gone over. But what was surprising was something that happened to be missing from the scene entirely, as when they looked down into the water below, there was no vehicle. Immediately, crews scoured the scene in rescue boats, combing the area in the hopes that somehow the driver could still be alive. And yet, they found nothing. No sign of a driver, and no sign of any vehicle. Despite the area being diligently searched over the following days and weeks, all that would be found were a few car parts that were never even matched to the make and model that appeared to go off the cliff that day. And even stranger, despite that exact type of car being determined from the video, no one came forward to report any friends or family members missing who might have owned the same type of car. And this was a unique vehicle too, a green 2009 Lexus SUV, not really one that you would typically see driving around too often. And yet, despite this video being shared all over the news and across the internet, no one seemed to recognize it. And no missing persons cases were linked to this video, leading to the search being concluded with no definitive proof ever being established that a vehicle had landed in that location, or that anyone had even been involved. It was like it never even happened, as the vehicle had just disappeared as soon as the video ended. The clip immediately became a mystery here on the internet, with theories being thrown all around, ranging from something supernatural having happened, to the car somehow being swept up before investigators had gotten there, perhaps entering the water at the perfect angle to which no debris was left behind. But maybe one of the most compelling theories at the time was the idea that the video itself wasn't even real.
Yeah.
With experts even diving into this theory to see if they can find any proof that this was CGI. Yet their investigation found no evidence that this was the case. And despite this footage seemingly making no sense at all, this video was all too real, and was now left completely unexplainable, as the mystery would fall out of headlines and quickly be forgotten.
Bro, what?
Until the morning of April 29th.
Bro, that's the fucking craziest shit.
2020.
They figured out who it was. Bro, this has me captivated.
Almost exactly 5 months after this dashcam footage was taken, swimmers at the nearby Montera State Beach would stumble upon an object floating in the distance. And upon further inspection, the realization would set in that this object was actually a body. Her name was Tracy Sinclair, a woman from the area who just so happened to have been missing around the very same time as this infamous clip. And when police would search her auto records, they discovered that she did in fact own a dark green Lexus SUV from the year 2009, giving us at least a better idea of who was in the vehicle at the time it crashed, and the fact that a vehicle had in fact crashed to begin with. However, it's still unknown why Tracy was never connected to the case before her body was found, despite her fitting the profile perfectly. Plus, we still don't know why her car went off the cliff in the way it did. But given the fact that the brakes didn't seem to have been pressed, many seem to have settled on the idea that the crash was, unfortunately, intentional. But perhaps the strangest part of this all is, to this day, that green Lexus has still never been recovered, nor have any of its parts, leading to the mystery lingering for many across the web who are still left unsatisfied by its conclusion. But for the family of Tracy Sinclair, I'm just glad that they...
Chat, what do you guys think? Intentional or yay or nay?
Some measure of closure. to their dark,
You think I think she might have just had a heart attack when she was driving, and then just like a stroke or whatever the fuck, right? That's my personal.
As you guys already know, this channel here is all about the free access to not only, I'm sure most of us will.
Okay, shut the fuck up, buddy. Stop trying to sell me your useless bullshit.
Our next case takes us to what would best be described as an environmental anomaly. As hidden within the outskirts of Mitsero, Cyprus, exists a body of water known simply as the Red Lake. As the name would suggest, this small secluded lake consists of red water that varies in shade throughout the year. In some instances, it appears bright red.
I've heard about
while
this
in others,
before.
It almost looks blood-like.
Yeah, I've heard about this
This
before.
anomaly is caused by various blends of minerals found within the soil, as well as runoff from a nearby abandoned mine, which was once used to extract iron ore and gold back in the 50s. Not only did this cause the water to change its shade permanently, but it also turned it highly toxic, and swimming here is strictly prohibited due to the danger that the water poses, with some going as far as to even call it an acid lake. This hasn't stopped curious tourists from visiting the area, however, and as a matter of fact, the lore of this
don't tell me someone went swimming in this fucking thing.
This deadly lake seems to only drive curiosity, leading it to become a semi-popular location for extreme tourism.
Don't tell me some fucking dumbass went swimming in this shit.
Truly stunning footage.
I swear to fucking God, if these motherfuckers did, bro, I swear to God. Bro, that looks super cool, though. You can't deny it.
Like this video from YouTuber 2 Wheels 4 Rotors, which shows a stunning overview of this deep red lake from the vantage point of a remote.
My drone died. I had to go get it in the middle of the lake,
man.
man.
View of the lake's beauty. But while most choose to view the water from afar, others prefer a closer look, as some have even been brave enough to make the venture down to the shores themselves, with the one video that stands out above the rest belonging to YouTuber Sarah Funk.
So I discovered that there is a red lake called Mitsero. It's about 20 kilometers from Nicosia. Most people don't even know it exists. We're gonna go check it out.
In 2017, the well-known vlogger and her boyfriend traveled to Cyprus with the goal of making
we fucked in the Red Lake.
documenting the entire adventure and
no, I wasn't on my rag. There's actually a thing called the Red Lake.
How difficult it is to access, while giving their commentary on the frightening landscape.
Guarantee you.
This is what like murder episodes are made out of, okay? Because it's always like a young American couple went on vacation to Cyprus. They went to see a red lake.
Unfucking believable. Put me in the game, coach. Oh, you fucking cunt. Don't you dare die on me.